Now, they are all my presidents, so I'm not sure. Okay, our leaders, our Rand District youth, senior youth president, Elder J. Gwarinda. I'm sure you all know him. Can you please just wave? Oh, you was just standing here next to me. We also like to recognize our president on the other side, Sister Wenzile. Can you please please, can I ask you to stand, my leader? I'm sure some of them. Thank you very much. Brother Msekeli, I haven't seen him. He's on his way. He's the other presenter. I'm sure we are also familiar with Brother Msekeli, right? Okay, but you see him, he's the third presenter. Okay, so I think we have all been welcomed and we have received our first prayer. So after I sit down, we are going to have a short devotion. Devotion from Sister Wenzile. Then after that, we are going to have our president with the first presentation, right? Yes, introduction to youth ministry. That's at 9:15. So let's try and catch time. Less disturbances, right? Maybe if we are given a slot to ask questions, let's just do it briefly. I'm sure we're going to get time to get more into details. Please take down your notes. They are going to assist you, right? Because I understand there's going to be what? Assignments, right? So please make sure that you attend. We don't want that passive attendance, right? Where you just present and everything. You're going to have a challenge with your assignments. So without wasting much time, I'm going to give this time to Sister Wenzile. Oh, okay. Okay, Chandinga speaking to you. I'm the MC for the day. Thank you very much. Amen.
Good morning, leaders.
Amen.
Does it even work, this thing? It's working? Yeah. Oh. Why are you so far away? I'm used to junior youth. Can you be close? Please, can you? Oh, you want to see the screen? You can't do that. Okay, greetings everyone in the wonderful name of the soon coming Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. It's good to see you. It's like I'm in this junior youth because I see all of them are part of my team. So only a few that are in senior youth. Junior youth, where are you going? But anyway, we want to take this opportunity to thank the Lord. My arm is very sore, my leader. I don't know what happened. Well, yeah, but yeah. Someone said it's a sign of heart attack. I don't know. But I'm praying that it mustn't be it. Because it's a leadership event and we are dealing with the seniors, our senior youth, I'm going to read one verse. One verse in Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 1. Ecclesiastes 12, verse 1. It says, remember, leaders of senior youth and young adults and ambassadors. What does it say? Ecclesiastes 12, verse 1. Remember now, not tomorrow, now, thy Creator in the days of thy youth. Let me just park it there. Remember now. Why now? To the youth that we are going to be leading. And I think, my leader, can this verse be our own verse in the youth ministry? Remember now thy Creator. Because this is the time when you have energy. This is the time when you have kind of strength to do whatever. You can run anyway. You can do a door-to-door. You can march. You can run and be sent anyway. And our aim says the Advent message. let's talk together. I'm used to teaching than I'm not preaching here. The Advent,
Words in my generation.
whose generation? Yours. So it will be their generation because we are leading the youth in their generation. Can they do this later? No, they have to do it now. And they have to remember their creator. It's not just remembering anything. Their creator who created them. What is their purpose? We used to have a seminar for your purpose, finding your purpose. So I hope all of us did do that seminar. It was a wonderful. That's when you realize that you are not just here for no reason. You are here for a reason. And the reason why you are not dead is because you haven't fulfilled your purpose. So find your purpose now in remembering the Creator in the days of your youth while evil days haven't come. Which means there are days that are going to be very evil. But if you haven't remembered your Creator now, those days you are not going to survive. So our youth are not going to survive the future evil days that are coming. So as leaders today, I think we are going to be equipped in such a way that when we teach them, we are preparing them for evil. So while before those evil days, they must remember their Creator now. And also the years draw nigh when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them. We also grow old. Unless if you grow old like me, you keep on running after the youth. I'm trying to steal time, but the body doesn't agree with you because already your bones grow old. So while you are still young, run and serve your Lord. For tomorrow you will wish. There are some now who are wishing that, oh, if I was young, I was going to march like that one. But the body doesn't agree anymore. So let us teach our young people to say, remember your Creator. Not only that, it is preparing them for days that are evil that are coming. And if those days come, and that's when the Bible says He is going to pour His Spirit to the young so that they can start what? Prophesying. But He is not going to do that to unprepared youth. So we need our youth ready for that Holy Spirit. So it is now the time for them to remember their Creator now. May the good Lord bless the reading of His word. Amen. Let us pray. Our Father, our God, we are praying this moment that you have created for us, such a privilege to be here. Dear Lord, I'm praying for these leaders that have volunteered service. May you give them the strength, may you give them the vision to see to it that our young people are not lost but be found in the book of life. Be with them, dear Father. They are going to meet a lot of challenges, but with you on their side, they are going to conquer. We are also praying for the youth wherever they are in many churches represented here. May they accept this gospel and run with it. And with such an army, dear Lord, your soon coming will be close. In Jesus' name I've prayed. Amen.
What does the youth leader say? Amen. Thank you, Auntie Wenzile. Remember the Creator during the days of thy youth. It's going to be a long day, so we are going to be as quick in everything that we do. So we are going to get straight away into the very first seminar. Like we said, we are going to do 5 today and 5 next Sunday. May I just find out how many here are in the 2024 class that is ready to invest once this is out of the way? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, 11. And then 2025 class, how many are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so 16 out of about what? What's our total in the 2025 class? But almost 80, Okay. All right. So what we'll do? Okay, that's fine. We will keep. We will maintain an attendance register, and I think we. Okay, it's the registers are here. So we've got 2 attendance registers. So this becomes your passport to being recognized that you have attended the seminars, right? So the good thing now is when we do the seminars, they come with a certificate. When you invest, there is also a certificate. In fact, there's a certificate for every seminar actually, not for. So you're probably going to have 11 certificates. So one seminar, one certificate times 10 certificates times the SYL certificate, 11. So you guys, you'll be heavy after this program. All right. So I've got this one is for 2024 class. So make sure you sign the correct register. 2024, please sign. Do they have a pen? Please share. And then the 2025 class, I think we made provision for 56. Yeah, I don't think we're going to go beyond 50 attendees from the 2025 class. All right. So let's sign off. Let's sign the register. Put all the necessary detail required there. So I'll try to not be in your way, so that I can also follow. So seminar number 1, Introduction to Youth Ministry. I know some of you have been in this ministry for donkey years, so you appreciate. But believe you me, there are always those small new things that you learn whenever you get a presentation such as this one. Even now yesterday when I was doing my final touches in terms of preps, there was a few things that were new to me as far as the introduction. All right, maybe let's test your knowledge. Sorry, there's just a bit of a disruption here. Pardon us. What? Okay, wait. In fact, you can just do it then. All right. So, hello? Am I audible? From here? No, eh? Those of you who did master guide, some of these things become revisions. Right. So when was a youth organization within this church first established, and by who? That's the starting point. It's already part of the seminar has already started. When and by who? It was 2 young people. I've already given a hint. Which year and who were they? You don't know this information? The 2 young people that formed this, never mind the name, the names have evolved over time. We're also going to look at that. Yes, Sis Martha. Yes, Harry Fenner and Harry Fenn. Luther Warren, yes, Luther Warren. And in which place and in which year? All right, yes, 1879, that's correct. And which place was that? Were they based? Durban. All right, so it was Michigan, USA, 1879. And these two, they were boys, eh? One was 16, Harry Fenn was 16, and then Luther Warren was 14. So basically this movement was started by young people, very young, an ambassador and a pathfinder. And their goal was to, remember the church had already started, right? Remember, they did not cater so much for the young people. So that's why these two young boys realized that we are going to church with the parents, but our needs are not being addressed. Hence, they then formed this, in fact, it started as a junior missionary volunteers, as it were, but they were there to cater for the needs of the young people and also to help the young people to have a relationship with Christ. That's why that need came about, all right? So, okay, this is what we'll cover, so I'm not going to spend time. By the way, we'll also share these slides. That's why we'll probably not take much time. We are supposed to finish at 10:15, and we should finish this by 10:15. So that's what we're going to look at. I'm not going to spend much time. This is just a brief history to say this particular church is rooted in Revelation 14. You know the three angels message, right? Revelation chapter 14, verses 6 up to 12. You have got the three angels messages there. And then most of the early pioneers and founders of this church, they were equally young themselves, right? So you've got Ellen Hammond, okay, then Hammond, but later Ellen White, Ellen Gould White. She was 17 when she received the prophetic vision from God, and when the church was organized in 1863, she was only 34. So this church was started from young people. So youth ministry becomes an important core or part of this church, right? So you can't have the Adventist church without youth ministry. Hence, we must give the necessary focus and attention to youth ministries. All right. So I found this quite interesting. So there's this guy called Simon Sinek. He's a business consultant. He is he's an English. He's an English business consultant. He's an author, etc. But he's also Adventist, right? So there's a concept which is called the golden circle of Adventist youth ministry. But the very same approach is equally useful in business, right? So Simon Sinek says that when you are dealing with youth ministry, you must ask three questions: the why, the how, and the what. Okay, the why, the how, and the what. Right. So what does the why look at? The why looks at what is our mission, right? You know the AY mission: to lead young people into a saving relationship with Jesus Christ and help them embrace the call to discipleship. So that's our mission. So when you are serving in youth ministries, you are intending to help the young people have a saving relationship with Christ, of course, and also make them disciples. Okay, so that's our mission as youth leaders. Our mission is to help young. That's the why. So why are we engaging in youth ministries? We want to lead young people into life. How do we lead young people to have a saving relationship with Christ? We to be co-opted into that, and then the girls later on joined. But actually it started as a boys. So I'm not sure whether in your youth ministries also, is it the boys that are also having initiatives, or the girls are equally? It's just an interesting fact that I find. You see from the notes that I've shared, that detail that I give there. So 1879 was the year, right? So of interest is the official organization of the youth department was only in 1907, all right? And then the name was Seventh-day Adventist Young People Department of Missionary Volunteers. Yo, quite a mouthful there. So that was the name. In fact, when it started, it was actually when the boys started here. It got incorporated as a subdivision of the Sabbath school. This youth, and it was Junior Missionary Volunteers (JYM), which was under Sabbath school, until 1907 they organized it into a fully fledged department. But again, it didn't lose the missionary volunteers, and I'm sure that already gives you a hint to say the core focus of the ministry must then be the mission, to go out there. So even as you are with your young people in the ministry, in your department, the focus must always be to reach out to other young people. So it's always, youth ministry is always a mission-focused department. Young people working for young people, pointing them to Christ. All right, and then something interesting that I need there. Okay, let me skip this slide. I need to see. Okay, so this just gives you the timelines of the changes that have been happening. 1950, you know, the Pathfinder Club, and then 19, Master Guide, 1931 KTC, all right. Let's not worry about that. I need just the changes, especially in the names. So you've got, I think, so 1907, it was the Young People's Department for Missionary Volunteers, right, that's that. 1978, they called it Adventist Youth, all right. 2005, they called it Youth Ministries Department, and 2015 is now Adventist Youth Ministry. So there's always been, at least in terms of the naming of this department with the different clubs, the names have evolved. So right now, it's AYM. I know many times you just say AY. The correct is AYM. All right. Oh, okay. I think I'm much louder now. All right, I'm going to skip this one. All right, this one I'm just going to quickly. It's too much now. Can you lower it a bit? I think I'm too loud. Is it fine? Okay, that's great. So, looking at the current structure as we have it, the current structure of Adventist Youth Ministries as we have it. So you start with your adventurers, 4 to 9. This is a revision. Pathfinders, 10 to 15. Ambassadors, 16 to 21. And young adult ministry, 22 to 30. Before the session in 2022, before the GC session in 2022, it was 22 to 30 plus. But somehow they removed the plus. And we are told that the motivation is that we don't want to keep it open-ended. So it's either you are youth up to 30, or if not, then you must be a youth leader, even if you still find yourself as a youth. So they changed it from 22 to 30 plus to simply 22 to 30. So the current manual has got no 30 plus. After the GC session this year, we don't know. They may change it to 30. It used to be 22 to 35. Then they changed it 22 to 30 plus. Then they changed it 22 to just 30 without a plus. All right. So if you are over 30, just know that you are not necessarily a youth, but we will count you as a youth leader. It's all right. So we expect you to lead the young people. All right. Thank you. And the organogram, you all familiar with it. So we've got those 4 clubs. Junior youth, we've got Adventurer and Pathfinder. The leadership curriculum there is the master guide. And then senior youth, we've got ambassadors and young adults. The leadership curriculum there is senior youth leader. So these two are brothers, this one and that one. Of course, this one is the older brother. This one is a much younger brother. That's why the traction is quite low. But we hope that with you guys investing, you also start to work harder and work better and work more systematic and take senior youth ministry to the level that it ought to be. We're not going to worry about the colors you read on your own. Maybe you probably need to focus on the colors of our 2 senior youth ministry clubs. Senior youth ministry clubs. Right. We've got the ambassador. So you have got the globe. 3 angels' message that must be carried, right, through the world. Then you've got the cross, all right, Jesus dying for us. You've got the open Bible, all right, or open word, open book, all right. This is the foundation of our faith. And then there's that color, orangish, reddish, that then gets to yellow. There's also a significance of that color transition, right? So these graded colors, yellow to orange, represents the dawn of eternal life that follows the darkness of our temporal experience on this sinful earth. I bet you didn't know this. You didn't know this logo, I think. Critical. So that's your ambassador. Let's go to the... Were you taking... Don't worry, this you will have. You will have all these slides and notes on top of the slides. So the material, you don't need to worry. Right. Then the young adults, quite a number of things. What do you observe there? All right. 3 angels. Revelation 14, 16, 6 to 12. Right? 3 angels message. All right. Then there's the cross. All right. And then what is the blue there? Loyalty. All right, here. Purpose of the young people to teach loyalty to God. Right? And then you also have got yellow, right? The color of sunshine, associated with joy, happiness, intellect, courage, and energy. That's why whatever we do in senior youth ministry, there must be passion, there must be energy, there must be zeal. We must not do things anyhow, right? So those are the logos. Aim, mission, motto, pledge. You know these ones. We're not going to spend time. Right. This one, I liked it from the GC Youth Ministry Handbook 2005. They say the greatest sense of achievement in ministry, which is youth ministry, comes when a youth leader sees young people enter into a long relationship with God by inviting Jesus Christ to be Lord of their lives. So it's quite critical to see young people flourishing, especially in the ways of God. How many leaders here would be happy to witness, weddings of their young people? It always brings this joy, right? Yes, it brings the joy. How many of you as youth leaders, you see your youth leaders getting into church leadership positions as elders? You say, these ones passed through my hands. So there's joy. But you ought to do your very best to realize, to get that joy or to have that benefit where you see young people entering into a lifelong relationship with God. You need to do quite more, and you need to do a lot. What's my time? Okay, I've got 6 minutes to finish my slides, and then question and answer or comments. Okay. All right, so we're focusing on that. Okay. So I'm done, seemingly. Yeah. So I think this was actually the last slide. And then the next one is on activities. What are the 6 key objectives of youth department as outlined by M.E. Ken in 1907? List the AYM organizational chart, written or recorded. In partners or small groups, discuss specific ways that you have learned in this module that is relevant and usable in your local youth ministry. How closely does your ministry adhere to the AYM philosophy, mission, and ideals? All right. Yeah. So we can discuss now. My presentation is done. The content is very long. When I show you the notes, they will be very long, but we try to compress them in terms of these slides so that we don't take much time. Right. Anything that you want to comment on? So this you must obviously complete and submit. Okay. Whether you're doing online or you're doing physical, we need to have that submission there. Right, let me have comments, questions, and discussion. Introduction to youth ministries. So it was just an introduction. That's why we didn't really get into much specifics. Elder Mtomben, your comment? You have no comment? Okay, no problem. Anyone else? Anyone? Anything that you want to ask in general terms about senior youth ministries, all right? Anything about senior youth ministries? Yes, my elder. Thank you. So there are answers that will come from other seminars that are coming through where we are going to discuss practical ways of really making sure that young people are interested in the things of God, that they don't leave church. In fact, thank you for that question. There's a book called Foundations for Senior Youth Ministry. It's a very long one. I think it's about 232 pages. It outlines, it goes to Luke chapter 15 and looks at those three parables of the lost. So there are three things that are lost there. And in that book, they say, so you've got the lost coin, then there's the lost sheep, and then there's the lost son. So they are saying there, this describes our youths, the majority of our youths fall into those three categories. So the lost coin, it's a coin that is lost in church. Right. So the coin is lost, but it's in church. Yeah. But you can't find it, but it's there. So even the young people, they are attending church every Sabbath, but they are not in it. That's the lost coin. Then the lost sheep. The lost sheep is lost, but it's still part of the fold. So you'd have these young people that you probably see once a month at church, or you see them maybe when there's a function, that's the lost sheep. Then the lost son. These ones, they totally leave the church and they go. That's the lost sheep, right? So we will delve also into that book and then say, how do you deal with the lost coin in terms of our youths? How do you deal with the lost sheep? So our youths, they are there. That's the lost sheep. They are there from time to time. There's a function. There's a music day. You see them. In between, you don't see them. You are going out. You see them. But normal Sabbaths, you don't see them. And then, of course, the ones that totally leave. How do you... But we'll explore that, my elder, as we go through other seminars that follow. Thank you for that question and comment. Any other? Any other? Did we all sign the attendance register? I still have got 15 minutes, sure. We still have quite a bit of time. Yes, my elder. Okay. 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 All right. Thank you. And Wenzel, I think this one is directed to you in some way. Okay, it's fine. I will repeat. So he is saying, as soon as our ambassadors, as soon as the guide class transit into ambassador club, they almost want to disengage because, okay, we don't know the reasons, but I suspect that if we try to then take them through our modules in the 7 modules of ambassadors, okay, maybe starting with module 1 etc., the interest is a bit low is it because of the rigor that they have had down there? And because they've been going through 6 rigorous years of pathfinding, and then they are saying, hey, allow us to breathe now. And so what could, yeah, because the struggle has been, I know there are certain churches that have seamlessly managed to transition these young people from Pathfinder to Ambassador, but they are few. So the question becomes, what could we do better, perhaps?
Okay. I think I'll try and answer that in the next session. If I don't, please, can they remind me?
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Yeah. So she'll probably talk to that. She'll talk to the question. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So leaders, if we think we are happy with the introduction, it doesn't matter. We can be ahead of time. We can then transit into the next, because the next sessions now delve into the real issues. So the next one talks to understanding youth. I think that's the Elder Msegeli, where is he now? Do I have your content? Or you want me to use the slides that I have here? Did you make any changes? Okay, all right. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, yeah, let's get, yeah. All right, thank you. All right, so that's fine. So we're going to look at understanding youth, and that's critical to these other questions that were also being asked. All right, thank you. Probably you can just greet them and introduce yourself as I set up.
Salubonani bantu abatsha. Good morning. And they have to be young at heart. How are you, good people? Moyo, I'm just greeting you. Why are you raising your hand? Okay, let me first greet you. How are you, Moyo? Are you good? Right. For those, most of you, I know you know me. My name is Msegeli. My real surname is Lamin, although officially I use Ndlovu. Yeah. It pains me to put this in Ndlovu, but my real surname is Dlamini. Angipela bazalwane. So yeah, it's fine. You can call me Ndlovu. You can call me Dlamini, but I feel good when you call me Dlamini. Right. So are you done, my leader?
Yeah.
So how many minutes do I have?
Hour.
Oh, an hour.
Yeah.
Whew.
Of course, you also leave.
Okay. Okay.
Question and answer.
Okay.
Each one is an hour.
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll be talking about youth development. In other words, we need to understand the people that we are working with. As you can see, that is my name there. That is the official name. So this is presented by me. This is presented by me. Those are the courses the youth courses that I've done, SYL and Master Guide. You can add some, the other ones I didn't add because then they've been scraped out. All right, so we need to delve into the world of the youth. Yeah, so we cannot lead people that we do not understand. Most of you here, I can see you've passed your age, your youth age, okay? Your youth age, but some of you are still youth. So you still need to understand yourself. Those people that you'll be leading, you must first understand yourself in order to lead them better. Right, so we need to understand this. It is said that usually, so I don't need to look back, which is good. There's a screen there. It makes my life easier. Right. The governments of the world, even all of us here know it, an adult is any person who has reached the age of how many years, by the way? Hello? 18 years, ne? Because 16 they are still considered a what? A minor, angit. But 18 years, they say an 18-year-old person is an adult. But did you know that laba babheka abe neuroscience ababheka ngezomqondo, they say ukuthi khona a person's brain or a teen's brain is still growing until the age of around the early 20s. Yeah. That is why you see our ambassadors, they sometimes act like adults. But sometimes they also act like what? Children. It's normal. Their brains are still what? Developing. They are still growing. So until they reach the age of their early 20s, that is when their minds are actually fully what? Developed. But as long as they are not in their 20s, their minds are still what? Growing. So it's okay for them to act like adults sometimes. And it's okay for them to act like children. It's normal. So in order to understand the youth, we need to understand something, that the world that our 21st century kids live in is totally different from us who grew up in the 20th century. Yeah, it's totally different. Tina, when we grew up, we were told what to do, we listened, we were told a lot of stories. Do not walk backwards because your mother will fall in the pit. And we never questioned that. Angit? Bona abantwana ba these days, they will ask you why. How would my mother fall into a pit if you walk backwards, if I walk backwards? And they'll even do it to see whether it's going to happen. They live, they are growing up in a world of information. And their world is shaped by technology. Computers, internet, social media. They are also delve into the virtual world, where they can actually explore being in certain places where, even though they are not there physical, but it will be, you know how the virtual world works. So it's like they are there, but they are not really what? There. And then the lifestyle that they live is totally different from the lifestyle that we used to live. Yeah. And in other words, they live in a different world. So if we try to lead them according to the way how we were raised, how we were led when we were growing up, we are going to lose them. It's one of the reasons why we lose them, actually. Because they see us, they see these old, outdated individuals who are trying to lead them. That is why it is important as a leader for you to be always reading, trying to stay ahead, although you'll never stay ahead of them. Sometimes some of the things when you are presenting, they'll be wondering, where did you get that information? Did you know, Tina, when we were growing up, when someone was doing a presentation, we were listening attentively to hear what really they have to say. Bona, whilst you are presenting, they are on Google, verifying your facts. Is it correct? And that is why sometimes when you are busy presenting, suddenly they raise up their hands. But teacher, they start telling you, they understand it, then you have to explain yourself. Which also you have to to have the confidence to say, I don't know. If you don't know, you don't know what Bazalwane. You don't know. Promise them, I don't know, but I'll go and research about it. And then make sure that you go and research about it, then come back to them. So in order to understand their world, we need to make a journey into their world. Anipela Bazalwane. Did that one move? No. It didn't. Oh, okay. He's finishing something. Okay. All right. Yes, he's moving now. All right. So the objective of this seminar is to understand how Jesus how Jesus led, actually, in order for him to be understood. Angithi? Jesus is our example. So it says understanding Jesus' example in regard to cultural accommodation. Angithi? So this is what we call cultural accommodation. Discover the challenges faced by young people. What are the challenges that they are facing? And to understand the world in which the youth live. Some of the things you're going to tell me exactly, because I'm no longer a youth. This year, I still look young. I still look young, but I'm no longer a youth. Yeah. I usually ask people, how old do you think I am? And they will tell me, yeah, you look like you're in your early 30s. Then I laugh. I said, only if they knew. And we need to know the steps to be, that we need to take to be acquitted with the youth environment. Now, we've already talked about that one. The teens have different brains from ours. Their brains are not yet what? Finished. So they live in two worlds. The world of being a child and the world of being a what? An adult. Now, Jesus showed the way. How did he do? He came down to our level. He came down to what? If you understand that point, you'll never have a problem with the youth. Jesus, can you imagine if Jesus had come down with his glory? The Bible says in Exodus chapter 36, verse 4, I think it's verse 4 if I'm not mistaken, no man can see my face and what? And live. But in order for us to understand him, he had to clothe himself with the human flesh. So he came down to our level. Mrs. White, when she describes the sacrifice that Christ took, she says, he did not put on a perfect body. She took upon himself a body that has been ravaged by sin for over 2,000 years. Yeah, that is the body that Christ took. He did not take a brand new body that was the body that Adam wore in the Garden of Eden. No. But he took the body that had been ravaged by sin for over 2,000 years. In order to understand us. It says there that Philippians 2 verse 5 to 7, have this mind among yourselves. Christ Jesus, who did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but made himself nothing, taking the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of men. Not only that, Jesus mingled with people. You remember the Pharisees, one day they said, this man eats and dines with what? With sinners. Yes. And as Jesus reclined at table in the house, behold, many tax collectors and sinners came and they were reclining with Jesus and his disciples. Jesus did not choose, he did not discriminate. He was with tax collectors. You know what about tax collectors? They were not liked because they were Jews who were working for the Roman government. We have a perfect example for Zacchaeus. He was very rich because one preacher said the reason why Zacchaeus was rich is because he remember, he did not have a salary. Zacchaeus did not have a salary. Tax collectors did not have a salary. So, but they had to collect taxes for the Roman government. So what they did is this. They put their markup for their commission. In order for them to earn something, they had to put, if you are supposed to collect 12 kg of gold, he will say you must pay 15 kg of gold. 3 kg is his. That's how he became rich. So that is why the Jews hated them. But Jesus was seen reclining with them at the table, eating with them, and other sinners. Right. He won their confidence. Now these tax collectors and the sinners were all drawing near to him. So because Jesus had won their what? Their confidence. Our youth have weaknesses. Weaknesses that we see daily. Tina, when we were growing up, you took some months, I'm now yours. Tina, as adults today, we look at our youth, the only exchange numbers is done. And then we condemn them for that. How can you be so cheap? Eh? It's the world that they live in. I was told labo. Yeah, I'm still thinking. What is she thinking about? But when you could see man, she's already mine. Why can't she just say the word? Our youth today are totally different. You see, they have a lot of weaknesses. What other weaknesses do we see in our youths? Let's talk about it. What other weaknesses do we see in them? I'm not saying I know when we look at them, we usually see these things. Tina, when we were growing up, we never did this. But when they do it, come, let's talk about it, ma'am. Dating for 3 months and then moving together. Yeah, these days, Mosha's card. 3 months down the line, they're already cohabiting, staying together. What else? Yebo, ma'am. You see? Mr. Gibson. No, Tina, the way how we see it. I wanted to say the way how we see it. I need, yeah. Because Tina, we think it's a weakness. I need Pella. Tina, we pride ourselves. Tina, minumnisho, wangishela 12 months zonke. 12 months. Yeah. Wena, ngubone umfana lo hlanganela yini? You just met him last week. Now he's your boyfriend. Tina, to us that is a weakness. Spona any weakness. But it's the world they live in. Yebo. Self-confidence. Angit. Tina, peer pressure here too. I footing a fun in the peer pressure that they have today. Yebo moy. In. Yeah, ungateli, angithi? Now, it's the world that they live in. We need to understand them. If we don't understand that, we're always going to be at loggerheads with them. Angiphela bazalwane. Yeah, we need to know how to deal with such things that we actually consider a weakness. Because one thing for sure, there is no way we can change it. Never. If maguthi manje ushela intombi it must take a week utangivume. That's how it's gonna be, and it will get even worse. Abanye namhlanje they take some minutes, it's done. It's already boyfriend and girlfriend. Yeah, so it's gonna be worse. So if we think we would force them to go back to the world where we used to live in, we're actually wasting our time. We will never understand them. Now, let's look at the example of Paul. Paul turned to the Jews, I became a what? A Jew, in order to win what? Jews. To those under the law, I became as one under the law. To what? To those outside the law, I became as one what? Outside the law. Not being outside the law of God. To the weak, I became what? Weak. I have become all things to all people, that by all means I might save some. You saw we need to be identified with their so-called weaknesses in order to win them. It should be a step by step. There's nothing as disappointing. It's not like sometimes into they don't know what is wrong about sensayo. They know. But the problem is we tend to judge and condemn them before we understand them. And therefore we don't give them the chance to see what corner. One of the things you don't change someone by talking to them. You can only influence them. Remember, we are not talking about pathfinders here and adventurers. We're talking about people who now make their own decisions, who can choose to listen to you or not what? To listen to you. My son is 19 years old. My daughter is 16 years old. This other day, umama uyangitshela ukuthi umfana wami, he was visiting ugogo wakhe. So apparently he came with his girlfriend. He has never told me that he has a girlfriend. But I know he has a girlfriend. But I didn't know what to. But you know, if angabe bengulana umzalo phapayo, yathi ndophi phone. Ngizokuthiwa ubuye le girlfriend yakhona. Wenzani? You are still at school but so le girlfriend. So kuthiwa ugogo ukuyambuza ukuthi who is this now? Uthi one day ngizomshada. Yabo. So already he's 19, he has plans which is going to get married to this girl. So it's a work for me as a parent now to sit down with him. The wife that you're going to get married to is as old as your 10-year-old sister Kisha. Then bese ngimtshela ukuthi why ngisho njalo. Angithi. But I need to understand ukuthi khona yena he sees himself as a man now, angithi. Who must have a girlfriend, and this girlfriend will one wife. But if you go back Lina, especially asebekhulile, you remember mina girlfriend yami ngaba nayo kuqala ngangicaba ngizomshada. I never get married to her. No, I never got married to her. And I thank God I never got married to her. Because right now, ngiyababona by age yakhe ukuthi how old they look. Ngabe mina ngibheka where did I get this old woman from? Yiko asithathele ukulichichine wami. Yeah, I'm older. I'm almost 10 years. My current wife. So I can still work with her. Bambuza unkosikazi wakho nguphi, then I'll say now ngiyana laphana. And so zengithi she's among those ladies there. So my son need to understand all those things eventually. I need to teach him. So it's the world they live in. Right. From the spirit of prophecy, wife, let's use the method of who? Of Christ in leading the young people. Christ's method alone will give true success in reaching the people. The Savior mingled with men as one who desired their good. He showed his sympathy for them, ministered to their needs, and won their confidence. Then he bade them, follow me. So we need first to minister to our youth, show sympathy, even for their weaknesses, those things that we term as weaknesses. We must have sympathy for them. How do we do that then? We need to, we don't need to condemn them. We need to understand the world that they live in. Things are like that now. And then when we sympathize, when we, I usually to sympathize, I usually prefer the word empathy. That is to be in their shoes. Get who's born if you were living in their world, how would you behave? They are bombarded with so much information. We grew up at a time when there was that landline ekamakhelwane. Yeah. Eladitshela ukuthi khona uthe uzafona ngesikhathi esinje. So lani bese libona ukuthi liyayilinda leyo phone call. Bona information, all that information esasifuna esasifisa ngabe thwa sibayazi is in this small device. Phela you can only control your child's phone esasemncane. Esefike at a certain age. Ama restrictions lawana, they are no longer there. You can only teach them. How do you move forward? Now, and then once they know that you sympathize with them and you minister to their needs, and then you win their confidence, that is only when you can bid them to follow who? Christ. I was worried. My son has reached the age of 16. He's not yet baptized. Ngajabula ngafa. Essentially, I'm going to get baptized. Now he's a church member. But I was very worried why ngafuni ukukhetha uJesu njengomsindisi. Because even my daughter, like, she's now a baptized member. Yabo. So I'm glad ukuthi they see, but this is not the end of the journey, it's just the beginning. Because to the youth these days, a church is like a mall. Yeah, it's like a mall. Tena we knew ukuthi khona i-church ngiyokukhonza kuphela. We wake up in the morning, you're going to church. Our parents told us, siya e-church namhla, lusuku le-church. We never questioned it. Bona, they want to know ukuthi khona, they want to have a reason why they should be in church. Why should I worship at Golden Harvest? Why should I worship at Cosmo? What will Cosmo give me? That is why, have you ever asked yourself why abantu abacha they love moving around? They are busy shopping for a church will satisfy their needs. Tena, we never shopped for a church. I went to, you will be surprised by this. I was baptized on the 4th of October 1997. So far, I've been a member of 2 churches only. In my first church, I stayed for I don't know how many years until I transferred my name to Windsor. So in other words, I was baptized on the 4th of October till 2011. That's when I transferred my name to Windsor. And I've never moved my name from Windsor. Now, listen to this. And I have always worshipped in those churches. I've never been someone who owes taller and move around churches. If you find me in another church, either ngiyacula or ngihamba ngezinto ze-youth. But our youth are different. They worship this week here at Golden Harvest. Next week they'll be in Sandton. The other week they're in Windsor. They are always shopping. I don't know. They are looking for something. And the Tina as the leaders will need to provide that something that they are looking for. How can we know what they are looking for? We can only know it when we ask them, what are they looking for? What is it that you want? Are we so far moving together, Barcelona? Is it making sense? Okay. The youth are objects of certain special attacks. Into mele sifunde leyo. Usathane ulama special projects akhe specifically for our youth. Are we together, Barcelona? Special attacks for youth. He knows ukona abantu abacha what they desire. So he tailors those attacks in a special way. These days uyakwazi ukona ukuthi umuntu omutsha ifoni yakhe ile Bible, but it can also have pornography at the same time. Uyakwazi? So we need to pray for these young people. And the manifestation of kindness, courtesy, tender sympathy and love will often work the salvation of those who are under the temptations of the evil one. Now where I worship at Windsor, there are young people who are already young adults. They are not yet baptized. Sometimes I talk to them. Why are you still not yet baptized? No, the time soon. Soon I'll be getting baptized. Soon I'll be getting baptized. So sometimes you need to sit down with them, have such conversations one-on-one with them. Ask him, why are you still not yet baptized? What are you waiting for? Now, the social climate in which they are immersed affects their desires, their needs, their sensibilities, their way of dressing, their way of appearance. Dressing. I went to this other church. I'm not going to mention the name. I saw young people in their AY uniforms, but the way they were dressed, the size of the skirts, they left me worried a lot. To me, they were really, really too short, Yabona. The length of the skirt, I wish they were a little bit longer. Yeah, but I cannot go and say, hey, when skirt circle is featuring, I need to find a way how to tell them. Skirt circle is man. Can't you make it a little bit what? Longer. Alright, can I ask you leaders, which is the correct size of a skirt sabo mama labo sis? The correct length of the skirt. Knee length angithi. So ungabona isingaseyo knee length isilapha. So how do you tell umuntu omutsha ukuthi iskirt sakho lesi? We wona buyala. Ugqokeni. Uthi umuntu unqunu. How do you think that young person will feel? What about if we sit down? I want to talk to you. Mtanam. I want to talk to you about how men are wired. We want to talk about the skirt, but you start talking about, I'm just giving you an example, about what? How men are what? Wired. Do you know that men are creatures of sight? Says Agubuza, what do you mean? Then you go ahead. Do you know that you lay down your story about men, how men are wired? I'm not going to say this story. You know about men. So you know, you have to careful ukuthi kati why ukhuluma ngomuntu ongibaba kuye? How is it related to her? Eventually, so the way how we dress, it affects them. Ma umuntu ongibaba angabona kwenzakala lokhu lalokhu, umenza understand ukuthi khona kumele abe responsible ngendlela kanjani aqoka ngayo uze angaffecti omunye umzalwane oyabe se church, especially abafana. Antipela ngabantu abadala lonke la. Umntwana ongumfana, their sexual feelings are over the roof. They've high testosterone. They are always, most of the times, 80% of the times, they are always thinking about sleeping with a woman. 80% of the times. Oh, let me say, 80% of their thoughts are about sex. So, ngucho ngoba lami ngaba umuntu omutsha. As you grow up, of course, testosterone iyayehla. Ngagcina ngani akusaku affect kakhulu, but umuntu omutsha is totally different. And the curiosity, kwenza babe le curiosity ukuthi they look at the girls how they dress, and it affects them a lot. But girls don't know that. They think bayazenzisa, but it's the way how they are what? Wired. So that is why it's important that we address these even dress issues. Kamnandi nje. Ba understand abantu abatsho khona why kumele ba dress in a certain way. Now, also the social climate, it affects the identity in conformity to the world around them. Now, why do they dress? Why abantu abatsho they behave the way how they behave? It's the world around them. And the worst part, they are in Johannesburg. Yabona le city lay. I'm telling you. Nyamanye ama cities uNkulunkulu azaqala ukuyibhidlisa iJoburg. Ngisho ngeconfidence lokho. Ngoba I lifestyle yeJoburg is totally different. Ask anyone who comes from KZN. They bakutshela khona ayi life eJoburg ayi fast man. Ungathola umuntu ovele emakhaya aphila abe eseJoburg uyathi hayi impilo eJoburg hayi impilo eJoburg. It's very fast. Lapha anything goes. So if anything goes, asikhumbule into bona la abantwana. That is why what I do esithena kumele semakhaya sisuke emadolobheni. Country living. Sibalekele itown, especially ama cities like Johannesburg. This is a metropolis. Akula ndawo engela nightclub. eCosmo sile Jerusalem. Isikhona inye ngale ngibonile enye ngathi how so kulenye futhi efana le Jerusalem zingake eCosmo. How many nightclubs do we have in Cosmo? Sikhuluma nje ngeCosmo kuphela. 4, 3. 15. sikhuluma ngeCosmo la akula ndawo eJobe ke engela wathi engela night club eCresta isikhona inews cafe eCresta isikhona ini news cafe kwangela news cafe isikhona lapho kwakuyi Ocean Basket isikhona so everywhere you go eJobe kule what kule night club ivele evening nemini nje ilife ephilwayo yazibonile iJobe so let's understand ukona abantwana bethu they are living in eJobe right they live in it okay bese sidlule lapha nje now the youth we are continuing we have already mentioned that they live in a world different from the what from the adults they feel of not being taken in consideration by the church. Someone asked ukona why do our youths live bathi bona ichurch ayinjani yaba ignore abanaki I can confirm it is very true njengomuntu osebenza labantu abatsha we have problems ngama elders abanga understand youth 90% of our programs our church they are for adults that they are not for youth ngilamanga abantu abatsha ngilamanga ma leaders ngilamanga ma elders I'm telling the truth and 90% of our local church programs are tailored for what for adults. Have you ever seen ukona sometimes kuyathiwa kule afternoon lesson abantu abatsha babedlala phandle I'm talking about adventurers I'm talking about pathfinders I'm talking about ambassadors they start having their own conferences outside because they will be bafika bahlale church so 5 minutes 10 minutes sebeqasa ukuphuma one by one because babezwe ukona lento ekhulunywa lapha is not relevant to us so thina as leaders we need to take care of that we need to consider them let's fight for them in a good way of course angisho ukuthi lekulwa lama elder no sit down with elders understand them encourage elders to come and I'm very happy to see ama elders abamanya phakathi wethu they need to understand ukuthi we need to take care of our young people we cannot say our young people are the church of today and tomorrow tina when we do not cater for their what for their needs it's impossible they will leave the church and when they leave the church the devil is actually waiting for them he can offer them better things than tinespanikeza zona that is why they isolate themselves sicabanga ukuthi bazenzisa no tina is us who are pushing them out of these doors ngama programs wethu abhorayo yeah can I ask something ratio yama officers at church compared to adults is it 50-50 is it 60-40 is it 70-30 is it 80-20 it's 90-10 eh mostly babefaka kuba ngabo secretary and what but you forget something mina when I was a young person at church I was already ku church leadership singabantu abatsha that confidence abantu abadala basinikeza yona why are you not giving it to abantu abatsha benu lina when you are given the reason why you are where you are today what you are today is because abantu abadala linela sasingabantu abatsha they had confidence in you they elected you as officers and they trusted you ukuthi nje abantu abatsha you can do the job why don't you trust our young people why don't you trust them it's because I know the reason why because sibabona beyizoni ezinkulu kudlula thina ngeke abantu abatsha baphatha umsebenzi laba futhi bayalalana laba so bisukaphe bezophatha izitsha thina sasingakwenzi khonokho we did it but we grew angithi why don't you want to give them the chance to also grow it's like as if thina sasingcwele singamoshi kanti asimosha thina yikuthi okwethu kumosha sasikufihla ngcono because kwakusafihleka leso sikhathi bona kwabo kuhleli kusemafoni nabo ngavula ifoni omuntu omusha you can tell ukuthi umuntu lifestyle yakhe ayiphilayo yipi they can't hide it but because and thina we should take advantage of it At least we know where they need help. Our parents, they didn't know where we needed help. We had to figure things ourselves. They will think it's ngcwele. Because bona sasingazibabe ngabanga mababe kwangala phone, they had no way of following us. Yeah. But I want to about you have your own way of following them. Just ngathi the information ending abo, and then you push them. One of the things that we should understand is that the young people critique our programs and our style of music. I wonder what they are very sensitive. Bafundile phela ukudlula most of us thina lapha. Isikhathi sakhula ngaso. They have a lot of information. Babheka ama programs, they see ukuthi khona I program le ngabe ibi it fit was handled this way. It was going to be better. But in our asifuni input yabo because we think we know better. Because we are what? We are adults. Let's look at the sources of influence on the youth. First, it is the family where they come from. So we need to understand ukuthi umuntu omtshalo if family yakhe asuka kiyo, what kind of a family does he or she come from? The training that they were given at home and the life they currently live in that khaya. Kuphilwa kanjani khaya lapha? Sometimes it will tell you a big story. Why umuntu omtshalo eyikho lokho ayikho khona. That's the first source of what? Of influence. The second source of influence is the community they live in. We have already mentioned a Cosmo. Uhlala next door to Jerusalem. So, ehlala next door. Ubaba angeka asuke laphana. Phela indlwana ichiphila angasuka laphana. Angeka hambe ehlala eBryanston okolabo ngeke ngathi mphika enye client uthe na ukhomba indlu ukhona do you know how much that house costs mina ngithi no uthi that house is 55 million ngathi what uthi they are actually more expensive houses than this one angeke ngikhona usuke Cosmo ngiyifuna indlu eBryanston okuthule khona because those houses they cost 100 million ungazi win ilotho you can't buy it you are still poor. But in such an environment, there is this flower, they call it's a lotus flower, if I'm not mistaken. Forgive me if it's wrong. A lotus flower, it thrives. Ikula kuhle ma kule doti around it. It thrives. It's a beautiful flower, but it grows better in a dirty place. So we need to find something that can make our youth thrive, even in the dirty community where they live in. It's your duty as a leader to find it. Mina, there are certain people ekade ngakwazi ukuthi ba amasabathe wenza. But ngothi basibona sigqoka from a Pathfinder. There's this boy ojalo wathi jalo ungesela imoto. This year kaze ungesela imoto last year. This year mangisuka laphana uthankele no, okay, angisukanga ngahlala ukuthi agesi imoto because ngangafunga endlini. Uthi nanke lifaka music. Even we church siyamamela. Na uthini umfana lo? Thenga ngacanti maybe uthi ufuna o Rebecca labo wathi. Uthi eze church sadlala. Even ezesihlabelelo zamasabatha. Mfana kathi uthini lo? Uthi yakwazi mina ngali Pathfinder. But ngikazi kuba mazini last year, all along I didn't know what he was. I only came to know about it this year. Okwenze was veza. It's because uhlale ngizonchaya ingoma zesabatheni I'm going for me Pathfinder sometimes. So I was what I'm gonna confess man. I was once what Pathfinder. So I now have a job in my hands. Ngelanga must make sure umfana ngelanga ngiyaminvite kuma Pathfinder programs. That environment that he used to live in. Maybe I'm later back home. Uyanthola? Kanti manje uyaziphuzela, but he was a Pathfinder. Manje uyaziphuzela. How many minutes do I have? Ma? 13 minutes. Abantu bathi 30, abanye bathi 13. Which is which? 1-3. Right. That is another influence. The school. The school yawazi abantwana benu bafunda lama satanist. It affects them. These days, Uma high schools, they put condoms in the toilets. This is the kind of environment where your young people, they meet. These days, it is no longer fashionable to be a virgin. Baba hleka abantwana benu babe ama virgin. You are still a virgin. I once picked up this girl. Uthena ngiyambuza ukuthi so we had this conversation yaze afike kuphuzeni. So Uthena gave me, you know, in job. Now, this one you drink. I know once in a while, you know, in job, if you don't drink, they will ask you, what's wrong with you? You don't drink. Yeah. So if you don't have sex, what's wrong with you? Yeah, but this, so even the government encourages it. Bafama condom ema toilets abo. So what they are being taught by the teachers, these kids, they are influenced by the teachers about what concerning what they teach them, their schoolmates, and the school programs in jail. Yes, some of the school programs, it is on a they are not Christian. One day we were fighting with our daughter. Can't you program and so which was on a Sabbath? It was on a Sabbath. Asalwampela. Tanomsabatha. Wefunga hamba kuleyo program. Kodwa ahambanga ngobuyise lonina. Another thing lesikhulume ngaye mass media. Haliyo ke yelo hlupho kakhulu le. TikTok laba. Facebook. PlayStations. Sabathengela innocently ngathi abathanda abantwana bethu, but some of these things we need to. Now, the desire of the youth is a response to their moral, social, and spiritual what? Needs. Now, young people, our young people are seeking for what? Recognition, looking for others with whom they can confidently communicate the realities of their lives. This one is very important, my leaders. Bangathi abantu abatsha baletshela ama secrets wabo bese likhuluma ngawo. Abantu abatsha, they are looking for adults whom they can confide in. Abantu ozathi angabatshela ukuthi khona mina ngile problem yokuphuza. Susiya kufaka unominating committee ngeze imkhethelo isidakwa lesi. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. These young people are looking for people, for adults in the church. Where they come from, my families are, they are not Christians. But they are looking for framework and opportunity in which they can say what they think without being punished. Must find a way ukuthi simsuse kupostela nesimkhethelene ngoba abantu abatsha bazaba le problem. Kusukele nje ukuthi umuntu omutsha ube free ukukhuluma ngoba uyakutrust. Wona instead of correcting it, we find an opportunity to punish them. They are looking for new ways and innovations and seeking out leaders capable of bringing changes that take their opinions into account. Yeah. If they say ichurch iyabhora, ask them, why did the church bora? Have the courage to make some changes in your churches to accommodate what? Young people for their own good. And you should remove the old waymarks. Did I say that? No. You can change the way how you do things without changing the old waymarks. It's just a principle. Now, they are willing to defend their church, their dear what? Church, in their environment, so far as the actions of the church are worth being proud of. Did you hear that one? Basmisele to defend this church, but as long the church is being worthy to be proud of. So let's make this church worthy so that our young people can, in other words, let's be exemplary leaders as well. Bangathi bona kuyafana vele labantu abadala kokothele nabasikhuza khona labona bakwenza wesi. Okay, how many? 10. All right. Any questions? Any questions? So these are the steps. Masingakhohlwa, okay? Yeboma. Okay.
It's more of a comment.
Okay.
I agree with you with the issue of dress.
Okay.
However, I think the approach should be a bit more different
Okay.
and not about the how the boys are feeling.
Okay.
Even though that is a fact, it is true.
Mhm.
I don't dispute it.
Okay.
And like you rightly said in those, I think the last slide,
Slide.
the
Okay.
influences that they have.
Yes. Yes.
So remember, at school, the girls are taught things like, it's my body. You can
Yes.
do, you can do as you please with your body.
Mhm.
They are taught different things.
Mhm.
Now, if you come and say, dress like this because
Mhm.
of the boys, their response is going to be,
It's my body.
it's my body.
Mhm.
They must sort themselves out.
Mhm.
I would rather instill a sense of pride in themselves. You are dressing because you want to cover yourself and you want to be proud of yourself and how you present yourself, and not necessarily how it impacts the males, right?
Okay.
And
Okay.
the second issue is, I think we always address dress for women and girls and not for boys.
For boys, okay.
The boys wear tight pants,
Yes.
but no one
yes.
questions that.
Yeah,
so I
yeah, that's
think
true.
the issue of dress, as much as I agree with you 100% that, the skirts and whatever are growing shorter and shorter, I think the approach matters because that impacts how they react
Okay.
to that. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that comment. Kunjalo my leaders. Yeah, it's not only that. Also, okay, give it to the next thing. Also, kesiyeke lento yokuthenga ngesabatha le as leaders. Or we go and buy lunch. Okay, I'm coming. We buy lunch on a Sabbath. Siyabe sithanda wacha kumele benze. Okay, khuluma mama.
Mina mfuna ukuyengezelela lapho ukuthi they are looking for adults
Mhm.
ukuthi bakhulume indaba zabo.
Okay.
So if a youth come to an elder or to umama omdala, let me talk to men in the church like elders. My young sister, she can come to the elder with a problem, and that elder is not helping the child, the youth. He is taking advantage of that youth. So yiko kwenza ukuthi besabe nje ukukhuluma to anyone, and they will bayalimala ubabone futhi bebuyele emuva. Uyathola ukuthi umdala uzothi hey uze kimi mina ngizokusiza, but indlela amsiza ngayo is the other way round. Yena engubaba omdala engu-elder, bebe lokhu futhi yibo befakana izikhundla bethi laba hayi we can't put this young lady, bayalalana ngale, but bona they are doing that with those youth while they are married and the other single parents again. So the leaders are the problem to the youth.
Did you hear that one, man? My leaders? Yeah, no, I see correct. Seriously. Okay, another hand. Okay.
Mina bengifuna ukuthi English. I wanted to say how do we balance? To me it's about the issue of balance.
Okay.
We have the principle of God is the same yesterday, today and tomorrow. How do we find that striking balance of maintaining principles with young people and really not compromising so much on this so-called world that they live in, which is so much different to what we have?
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, we mind about so much how their world is changing and what impacts them. Yet principles, we will lose them in principles, and they won't have anything at the end of the day. So how do we find that balance of teaching them proper things without so-called offending them?
Okay, that is an important question, ain't it? Maybe it might partially answer your question. We need to organize discussion meetings with them on facing what? Problems, whatever challenges that they might have. What is the difference between discussing and telling them? When you discuss, we are engaging, and but when I'm telling them, what is the difference? They must what? And so probably we need to up our game when it comes to engaging them. Engagement. Let's not assume this will be the solution. Let's engage them. Let's tolerate their language and what? And behavior. Sometimes the way our young people talk also, yes. But if you come to understand and work with them, you end up getting used to it. To know this is the way how they what? They speak. Let's allow them to express themselves, to express their emotion and the feelings. Let's make space for listening-based dialogues. We have these dialogues as leaders. What we should. Did we engage with them? Did we have those discussions? Or we only did it C class SYL upela? Hello? Right. Let's organize informal programs and activities for youth. I wish Allah as a church. An informal program is not a church program. As I sometimes we do not. The best way to understand umuntu in an informal setting. Lapho angasoza ukwazi ukucontrol behavior yakhe. Then you understand, oh, okay, okay. So this is the way how I deal with what? With them. So let's enter there. Let me conclude by saying this. Young people in general are not interested in hearing adults' experiences of yesteryear. Kabakufuna ukutshelwa lokho elale kwenza linizolo. No. They yearn to see condescending adults and the leaders ready to understand and accept them in the context of their world. Leaders should identify with the struggles and the hopes of young people. If you listen to their stories, they may listen to yours. First, listen to their what? Then they may. Don't get disappointed if they don't want to listen still to your story. But there's a possibility that they may what? Listen to you. And then you can find the relevant ones and learn to tell their stories, your stories in their what? In their language. We've already done this one. We've done this one. Okay. Now, if Jesus was able to come close to us in order to understand us in the context of our world, we can also do the same with our youth. Let's be compassionate. As the Lord, in His wisdom and you know, why bathanda abantu abatsha uJesu? Let's love abantu abatsha. If we don't love them, asingaboni amagundwana ama-rates to be experimented with. Let's see people to be loved. These are the activities that you can go and do. Go and do these assignments. Then usubona how much you understand young people. If you score many points on this one, congratulations. If not, then you know on what to work on. It's like that, then we will understand abantu abatsha better. And my hope is to run district in our local churches. Let's involve young people in our programs. Let's not plan for them. Let them plan programs for themselves. Anpela leaders, they are not pathfinders, they are not adventurers. They need to plan their programs, they need to own the programs. And the only way is for them to plan those programs. If you don't do that, if you don't involve them in planning, in telling them what you are going to do this, sometimes you ask yourself, why don't they attend these programs? It's because you plan for them. Come programs. Let him or her attend his or her programs. Then there are those, of course, who will come, but the majority will be at home doing some other important part. Then these are the other activities that you can actually do. Thank you so much for listening. We compressed my DPR and my brother. They 1 minute, 1 minute, and then we're done. Yes.
Okay, Nyabonga Mtalam. Mine, I don't know if it's a question or a comment.
Okay.
Hopefully, I'll be helped. Or it's on your slide about the source of influence. The first part of your source of influence was your family. But now, due to different reasons, we find out to these youths, most of them, they don't have that source of family from the family. Why am I saying so? You have mentioned that we're living in Johannesburg. Some are the heads of the family at the early age. Some the parents are living in Johannesburg. Bona, they are living also in Johannesburg at another place, being their own family. So, how best can we help to those individuals who don't have influence from families? Because if I checked from those list of the source of influence, the influence that can give much, much better influence to them is the family. Yet it is the one that's not part of influencing the youth. Because at a tender age, they are heads of families for themselves.
I don't want to pretend as if I have all the answers. Because seriously, I'm still figuring this thing out myself. But what I can say, if family ingela influence over them, let the church community be the influence. Because one thing for sure, usathane mangikhaya kungala order ulindile outside. That outside should be the church. Because as long as they still come to church, there's still hope. As long as they can still come to church, there's still hope for them. Let's never give up on our youth. Sithi laba behlule. Have you ever heard that language? Othi laba behlule laba. No. Aziyekwe that. Yeah. But let's never give up on them. Let's show them good corner. Each church community, this is the right place to be. And let's make sure we are influential in the right way. Let's not take advantage of them. Like, umama akushiyela lapha. It's so painful ukuthi uyabona umuntu omusha uyabona lo, this is a lost sheep. You can identify them. Uthi lo mntwana is in between the two worlds. Nkhaya, they don't support her spiritually. A church like told her she's not being supported spiritually, but she wants to be close to God. But some adult takes an advantage. Instead of would draw them closer. Thank you so much. Did you want to say something, my brother?
I'm sorted. Thank you.
Oh, you sorted. Okay. My boss, I'm done here. You can come. You can come. So, we are going for a break. A break. Oh, okay. All right. Please come and address your people. Thank you so much, leaders. You are still going to see my face for the last time today.
Okay, good morning once again. Thank you for listening so attentively. I'm sure our presenters are doing a great job. I didn't hear any snoring or dozing off. Thank you very much, our leaders. We're going to take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. Okay, let's just round it off to 13 minutes. We are back here at 20 past 11, right? 20 past 11. This is not a lunch break. It's just what? To stretch, relieve ourselves. And for those maybe who have got medical conditions, right, to just grab something quickly. So 10 minutes. Our presenter will be standing at exactly 20 past 11. Thank you very much.
But you know what I've been learning? Sometimes oh, yeah,
fountain, only with a powerful hand. Bread of heaven, feed me till I want no more. Bread of heaven, feed me till I want no more. Open now the crystal fountain, whence the hidden stream doth flow. Let the far and cloudy pillar lead me on my journey through. Strong deliverer, be thou still my strength and shield. Strong deliverer, be thou still my strength and shield. When I tread the verge of Jordan, in my anxious feet subside. Never death and has destruction, let me safe on Canaan's side. Songs of praises I will ever give to thee. Songs of praises I will ever give to thee. This is my story, this is my song. I'm praising my Savior all day long. This is my story, this is my song. I'm praising my Savior all day long. This is my story, this is my song. I'm praising my Savior all day long. This is my story, this is my song. I'm praising my Savior. While I pray, take fainting heart, my zeal is gone. As thou hast died for me, oh, may my love to thee pure and changeless be a living fire. While life's dark maze I tread and griefs around me spread, be thou my guide. Be darkness turned to day, wipe sorrow's tears away. Now let me ever stray from thee aside.
Tandoluga baba julile lumnadin suguzo tano exenuo eminuo tamba molumna din suguzonke. Tandoluga baba, tandoluga baba, lubanzi luchulile lumna din suguzo. Tandoluga baba, tandoluga baba, lubanzi julile lumna din suguzo. Tando exenubo eminubo tamba molumna din suguzonke.
Is it good morning or good afternoon? Good morning, leaders. I nearly said pathfinders. How are you? Are you all good? Happiness to everyone. Yes, we are on current issues. That's our seminar number 3. The question is, what can we do in this changing world, in our youth that are changing almost every day, and their lives are no longer the same as they were doing Adventurer and Pathfinders? That was the question that came. So what can we do now? This group, we are dealing with how many years old, by the way? 16 to 30. Did you get that correction in the morning? 16 to 30. Is there anyone in that range here? Let me see. Do we have someone in that range? Well done. At least they are going to assist us. These are the people we are going to use you as our case study. Ne? So that age group, where are they in their lives generally? Where are they? Where are you? You are at school? Where? High school? Are some in high school? Some are in colleges? Some are in universities? You said what? Some are working. Yeah. Can you see already that diversity? That also is the cause of the question that was asked. How can we keep them? In Adventure and Pathfinders, these are still children. They are under us. We still have control over what they choose to do. But when we get to 16 and above, there are people who have their own thoughts. Now they are doing their own will. They have their own goals that they are now pursuing. As a parent, you don't have a hold. So I cannot go to a parent and say, I haven't seen Umbali at Ambassadors. Can I do that? No, I have to go to Mbali and ask, why were you not there? Can you see the difference? So now this child, or a teenager now, when you are 16, you are already a teenager, right? They are going to their early young adults age. So we have ambassadors and young adults. Ambassadors are 16 to 20, 21. 22 to 30, these are young adults. Did you hear that word? Young? Which means they are already adults. They are now mature. You cannot tell them what to do. They have their own way of doing things. So this makes it now a challenge to the church. We are used to feeding them as adventurers, feeding them as pathfinders. Now it's vice versa. And an adult cannot take it. A young child now who is 16 is now at a confusing stage. What is it that I must do? Where am I in the church? What level? Can you see now? Right. And then comes to this seminar that I'm going to be taking current issues, especially the need for specialized what? Youth ministry. So we look at this current, where is this child now? So that we can address and come to a point where we are saying how best can we serve an ambassador and a young adult with all the variations. Already some have stresses and depression from work. Some have depression from girlfriends and boyfriends. Can you see now? I cannot go to church in that dress because so-and-so saw me last week with it. And parents cannot buy a new dress. So this makes a child to think, then where should I go? Should I go with mom and dad to Cosmo? Or should I take the same dress and visit Alexandra? By visiting Alexandra, we are missing her already in Cosmo. Can you see now? And now, because we do not know how to have a program for them, it has changed. Now ambassador and young adults are now focusing on events, not a program. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by events, not a program? Who can help? What comes into mind? When I say now they are following events, not programs. Yes. Yeah. So now they only look what is happening today at Cosmo. What kind of program? Who's going to preach? What is there for me? If there is nothing, they are not coming. And I don't know if it happens in your churches. In my church, when they come here, they've got phones. Someone WhatsApp and say, hey, Zia Cooper at Cosmo. And all of a sudden, these people are now driving, by the way. Yeah? They are driving. So you'll be sitting here thinking your teenager is inside church, yet they've already gone out to Amazing Grace. Because there is an event. And that event is attractive to them. It comes to a challenge to you as leaders. How best can you make a program attractive to them to stay daily here? Ne? Right. That was just a hello. Right. Youth ministry today will never be the same as it were yesterday. I think this they have touched already. Do you agree? Is it the same as yesterday when you were young? Those who are now above 30, is it the same? It has changed. So this is true. This statement might sound radical. However, one must consider it as the starting point of a complete rethinking. A complete what? So we need to take out whatever is in our minds and start afresh. Rethink of how we see youth ministry developing and what kind of activities we promote in our what churches today. Do we agree there before I move on? Do you agree that we need to rethink the whole program? Yes, because of what I've already said. Then comes the specialized what? Youth ministry. That's where I am today. It involves tailoring ministry programs to the unique needs and contents of specific groups of young people. What are the needs? What are the needs? So, in other words, leaders of the youth ministry, you need to do what is called a need analysis of your own church. Because churches are not the same. You might come to God and Harvest, the youth is full. You go to Cosmo, the youth is running away. So you need to sit down, do your own need what? Analysis. What are the needs of my group that I'm leading? If you are a leader of ambassadors, what is it that the ambassadors need? Hence this program of senior youth leadership. It is there to equip you to know that you need to do a what? A need analysis. Even the leaders of our church, they just assume that we come. Sometimes we just come to church because we were born in the church. But does it mean that I'm interested in whatever is happening in the church? You understand? So you need to do that need analysis. Are our programs fit for these young people? Because you can make a program. You see me seated there, you think I'm enjoying your program or I'm in your program, but I'm not. I'm just present but absent. Ne? You have no, heard of absent present fathers. Have you heard that? Mothers love to say those things these days. So you are also absent present member of the church. So we have also absent present ambassadors in the church. So need analysis is important. And contents of specific groups. Their needs are totally what? Different. Yes. Going beyond general youth ministry. So in other words, you are not going to just, okay, we have 7 modules in the ambassador. Let's just follow like you were doing in the Pathfinder. You know, from friend class, you are going to companion, etc., up to guide. In ambassador is totally different. It's a different animal. So if you are going to say, okay, I've been chosen as an ambassador director, therefore I need to follow these modules up to number 7, you are not going to win. Do you understand? You are not going to win because these people are different. Yes, you have a hand.
Yes, thank you, leader, for this one. So this struggle or the diversity that is within the local church, it's even greater when you perhaps look at us at district level. We probably even need the specialized youth ministry the more. So I'm looking at myself being the leader of this district, 21 churches. So you have got Zanzibarit and its related offsprings. Largely Malawian people of Malawian origin. And they've got a particular approach to how things are done. Then you have got Golden Harvest, which is a tape. You know, Golden Harvest doesn't have really a proper, you and I were members of this church. It doesn't really have a proper identity. It's, it's things are everywhere. Then you go to Windsor. Then you have got Deep Salute, very organized, and I think more solid. I think I consider Deep Salute one of the solid churches we have. Then you have got Kelvin, who never mingle with us. So now, oh yes, thank you. Oh, thank you for coming, leader. Sorry. Thank you for coming and thank you for representing the church. Maybe that's not the right word, but we hardly have Kelvin, not that they never mingle. I know in the pre-COVID we really used to have Kelvin, but around COVID I think things tended to change. So when you have such a diverse group, even at this level, you need to then think outside the box. So in your specialized ministry now, what you then need to do is, in terms of programming, you are not probably going to get everyone, but then balance the different groups. So there's some program which will suit the other churches better than the other ones, but you can't want to then force everyone to then say, we just gotta, it will be chaos. So appreciate the group you are serving, your club or the young people, how diverse they are and whatever their differences, and then taillight to make sure that ultimately you serve the needs of each and every one of them, diverse as they may be.
Amen. Did you get that? Not everyone can be served the same plate. Ne? Some are vegetarians, some are carnivores. So you cannot just assume, like when you are having a party, can you just assume everyone will eat meat? No. It's either you ask us, that's the need analysis. As you are coming to my party, are you vegetarian? Do you take chicken or beef? You understand? If you are a good party person, you will ask us. Then we will tell you. Therefore, your party will be good because I'm catered for, she's catered for, everyone is catered. But if you just assume everyone will eat meat, that party will be boring for some. And those who eat meat are going to be the only ones who go out and say, we had fun, we ate and enjoyed. But to me, it was what? Same with simple church programs. That's where we are today. You cannot just assume that you are calling a rally, everyone is part and parcel of that. Some are not going to even pitch. Some will pitch because they have other different agendas. That's where we are as ambassador. You understand, Musine? Yes, they are going to come to the rally because Zimbali is going to the rally, not because of what the rally is offering to him, but because of what they are going to get. That one who has gone to the rally. So what my leader is saying is, there is a need to involve focusing on particular age groups. Remember, we are saying 16 to 30. Can you put these people in one group? Can you see now? So you take care of the age differences that you have. And then cultural background. Who has ever thought of that? Like he mentioned, they are Malawans, that side. Here, we are English. I remember my granddaughter was sitting here and said, why is she praying in Zulu? I don't understand what... This is an English-speaking church. I'm thinking, what can this 7-year-old tell me of an English-speaking church? Can you see now? Already, this happened in the morning. Did you hear it? Did you hear the prayer in Zulu? Who prayed? Who prayed? Yes. And that's the question I got from a 7-year-old. Do you understand? Can you see where it's coming from? Which means even the adventurers and pathfinders need to think on this. Because I'll go with my golden harvest thinking to Alex, yet Alex speak in what? Cultural backgrounds is important. Challenges faced by certain youths in that what? Population. Not everyone has the same challenges. You might come here, all these here that belong to Golden Harvest might be all going to VETS, going to which other universities here? UJ, which other one? But you go to Cosmo, mostly of them, the same age, are in colleges or these technical, what do you call them? TVETs. Yes, you understand now. So those children are going to have different what? Problems altogether. So as a leader, how do you? It needs you to sit down and think outside there. I'm sure that's what seminar is coming, thinking outside the box. So, and then, for example, a church might develop a specialized program for youth experience homelessness. Yes? So, homelessness, there are children, ambassador, and who are, I think someone mentioned that they are leaders already, those child-headed homes. Someone mentioned it earlier, ne? Yes. And how do you deal with it? And it reminds me, when we had the Kempori, Pastor Papu came with a topic that says a boy crisis. And I was seated there thinking he's going to talk of the norm, but when he started to present, I started to think, really, this child, this boy, remember at church, even women ministry, my pastor there, they have sister, what is it? My friend, my sister, my friend, my sister, my friend. So now the church is saying my brother, my friend, because it wasn't there. You understand? Now we are trying to accommodate this young man. And then he said, this boy is raised by a mother, single mother. At school, he is taught by female teachers. Have you seen the schools are full of female teachers? Female teachers. At church, full of females, even the elders. That's my elder there. You know, stand up and show them you are an elder. She is an elder in her church. She is also what? Female. So where is this young man going to learn what men do? When it's all around, you go to clinic, sisters, females. Everywhere she goes, he goes, it's all what? Female. So as a church as well, we need to address that. These ambassadors and young adults are males that have no role model. So as a leader, what are you going to do? You bring that program outside the box, you will keep your ambassadors. You will keep your young adults. Ne? Right. We need to ask the question of efficiency in reaching our goal with the youth under our care. What could we do differently to help our youth connect with God and develop strong faith-based what? Convictions. I've already mentioned this. How are we going to think out of the box so that they connect not only here but connect with who? With God. And also have very strong faith. The Bible says, train up a child in the way he should what? So that when he is what? So that strong faith-based connection will keep them. Remember I said in the morning, the days of evil are what? Are coming. So remember your Creator now. So if they have these strong convictions, then they will be able to stand. Right. The objective is to create an awareness among leaders to improve their ministry and mobilize their youth in service. We have already created an awareness. Are we all there? Are we all there? Yes, that's the aim of this seminar. Maintain a specific ministry adapted to the needs of ambassador age group and young adults. That's where I said you need to do your own need what analysis for you to come up with a ministry or a program that will address the needs of ambassadors and young adults. Right. Outline strategies to help face the 21st century challenges. Develop a strong faith, maturity, and a close relationship with God. Which are the challenges? We have mentioned some. Can someone add more challenges that the 21st century are facing? Yes. Peer pressure. Like I mentioned, they will WhatsApp each other, come to Cosmo and the child is gone. That's part of peer pressure. By end of, come lunchtime, you are busy looking for your son. He is nowhere to be found. He's gone to another event, remember, because there is no program. Yes, Mtombeni. Moral and spiritual confusion, that's true. Yes, Naomi. Addictions. Sorry? Social media. Yeah, addictions. They would rather, one said yesterday, sometimes you hear mother or father saying, I'm going to rest, but they are on the phone. Is that resting? Addiction to social media, yes. Identity crisis. Yes, identity crisis. Do they know who they are? That's a question. And that question is the most important. If all your ambassadors do not know who they are not going to stay. We have shown them the path, remember, as pathfinders. Now they need to act to be ambassadors of who? But do they know this Christ? And if that foundation wasn't strong enough, because we are expecting them to get baptized around 12 years, is that correct? Yeah. So, and they go out, they've done their guide, and when they get there, there is no program, there is only events. There is no what? There is. How are they going to grow strong in faith and in their convictions that they had? Because remember that their conviction is not that strong when they end with Pathfinder. They still need to grow more. That's why when you get to ambassador, the first module is discipleship. Am I right? Yes? Yes. Biblical basis for specialized youth ministry. Love the Lord your God. The Israelites were supposed to teach this to their children, whether walking, whether sitting, wherever they are, they were supposed to teach their young ones to love the Lord. And the second one that is similar to it, love your neighbor. So our children, And if they have done that, their spiritual growth is in the right path. Ne? Right. Second one is 1 Corinthians 12. Then Paul comes and says the church is like a body with many parts. There is a head, there is a hand, there is eyes, there is what, but none does its own. All work for good for the body. Ne? So this comes in and brings diversity. There is no one who is similar to the other. But all of us as leaders, we need to embrace diversity. This one is talented in this. What are you doing about it as a leader? This one is talented as a preacher. What are you doing about it as a leader? If you fail there with that diversity, the child thinks they don't belong, because we have failed to identify which part of the body they are. You understand, ne? Yes. So diversity in the body, a need of interdependency, that's one. They need each other. That's why you will find ambassadors go in groups. Have you seen that? You will never see one going alone, coming to church alone. Sometimes, especially in my church, I see them as friends. You see them wearing kind of similar clothes. I don't know whether they coordinate that during the week. Have you seen it, Sister Valerie? Yes, they coordinate it during the week to say, let's wear at least around blue. You know? Same when you are saying as a leader, Kwarinda, come in uniform. If one who is an influencer doesn't tell them to, forget it. They won't wear that uniform. But there is always someone who can twist the whole group. So your responsibility as a leader is to find that one influencer. If you have that one influencer, you have their buy-in, you have the whole group. If there are 6 in that group, you have them all. But if that one influencer, you can get the 5. But when they get to this one and she says no, it's done and you can forget it. But as a church as well, we must know that each member is important. Members are important to the proper functioning of the what? Of the body. Everyone is important. There is no one who can say this one is shy. There is something that that person is good at. Find it out so that this body can work. Remember, treat the whole club as one body. Then you will know that this body has different what? Parts that work differently. How best can you then bring synergy in it? Ne? So that it work for the good for everyone. Specialized youth ministry. The leadership of the Adventist Church in North America has come up with a study that was carried by the Banner Group, and that we must take seriously into consideration. So this Banner Group came up with this following. They estimate that 80% of those read in the church will be disengaged by the time they are 29. Do you agree? Do you agree? In other words, they will want nothing to do with the church by the time they get to 29 years old. Yeah? Do we have a 29-year-old amongst us? You don't want to tell us your age. So, those who are in between 16 to 20, they can also help us with this. Because there is a reason why they want to disengage. We are going to get into it. Ne? How can we make the youth ministry more relevant to our young people today? That's the big question, the big elephant in the house. How can we make it what? Relevant. Seek to address expressed needs of young people in their own environment and respond to them as they are. That's one point. That's where I said need what? Analysis. And we are going to address it. Don't just do a need analysis and you forget about it. What is it that you are going to do about these needs that your group has? And once, as you are doing that, finding solutions to these needs, you are keeping them. They know that you have their interest at heart. Therefore, they will stay. Incorporate them into the fellowship of the church, being a caring Christian what? Community. Now that you know that these kids have different challenges of peer pressure, And what else did we mention? Challenges at work, addictions, social addictions and all. How are you bringing it to the church community now? You need to sit down. Our church is a very orderly kind of church because we have personal ministries as well. You are not going to do it alone. Call the personal ministry, sit down. Call the personal ministry is Sabbath school already, which other branch? Actually, the whole church is under personal ministry. So you make sure that all these departments, what is it that they are doing for this child who is 16 years old? And in this crisis, they are already confused. Someone mentioned moral and spiritual confusion already. But what are these departments doing for this child to stay in the church? Because we are saying by the time they reach ambassadors, we don't know where they are. They disappear. Do you know why? Because we do not have their needs at heart. Right. Consider the millennial grievances and address them openly. These grievances hold that the church is intolerant of doubt, elitist in its relationships, anti-science in its beliefs, overprotective of its members, shallow in the teachings, and repressive of differences. This is what they found out. What are elitists? What is an elitist? What is an elitist? This is a problem in the church. What is it? Hey, we have educated people here. Yes. Yes. It's someone who what favors those that are elite, those who think they are superior by wealth, by what else? Intellectual, what else? What else? Power. So you will find that because now you have been chosen as a leader and you are an educated doctor, somebody, now you want those that are intellectual and you forget the rest. Every time you meet with ambassadors, you are talking of the intellect. And you forget that some didn't have that opportunity because families are different. You don't know what the challenges of these young people are. It's not her or his choice to be where he is. You understand? But now you are favoring. Remember, we are at a different age group. We said these, some are in universities, some are already working. You will find that someone from matric went straight to work. But someone from matric went to university. Now they are doing honors. They are doing doctorates. But how best can you bring the same group? But if you are elitist, you will choose and only involve the ones that are intellectual and forget the others, as if, I don't want to use that word I wanted to use. And then anti-science. The young people are saying the church is anti-science. What does that mean? You are always preferring the old, not proven that it can work. They want to prove that this method does work. When now you are holding on to the old one that has never been proven, that you know if you are wearing a long skirt, you can stay in the church. It's not proven. You understand? So that's where they are. They want you to say, let's come to our level. Let's sit and discuss and find scientifically proven what ideas that we can say, if we do A, B, C, surely we can get an outcome. But we want to do our own. No, this is the way the church has been doing things. Don't come with your own new what? Ideas. But here we are, we need to be creative and think outside the what? If bringing young people in the afternoon was working for you when you were young, it's not working for them now. You understand? You can put them under a shade in the afternoon and say we are having a program, here's Elder so and so coming to speak to us, it's not going to work for them. Unless if it's something that they have proven that this topic, we want it and it's going to help us. So that's where science, but they are now saying the church is anti-science. You don't want to prove anything. You want the old passive way of doing things. My grandfather did it this way, therefore you also. And I did it the same way as my father. So you also need to follow in. And shallow teachings. This is a studying group. They study hard, they do research. Actually, I'm sure when they do their thesis, it's a big thing. Yeah? They are researching people. So, in other words, you cannot just come with just a verse. You need to go deeper. Do more research. Involve them in that research. So that when they understand that surely the Sabbath is the seventh day, they have done a thorough search. And they are convinced that truly the seventh day is the Sabbath. Then they can keep it. They are kind of the Ephesians who went back and searched the what? To know that is true what you are preaching. So that's where they are. Whatever you preach, they go back and search. And if it was outside and they come to you and say that is wrong and you disagree and say, no, who are you? You are still young. They are going to run away. So you need to give them that room. And they are saying you are repressive in differences. Repressive of differences. It means that you refer to systems or situations that actively restricts or limits any expression, any recognition or acceptance of diversity or individuality. You don't want them to be who they are. You want them to be who you want them to be. And that way they are running away. Have you heard the youth say so in your churches? Or it's something new? Are they saying that? Mm-hmm. Youth ministry should be a place of choice to engage the youth into conversation. You win them here, you will win them forever. Give them a space to debate. Bring them, let's debate. And hear their views so that we come to an agreement. Even if we disagree, but we can disagree to agree. Ne? Don't just force whatever has worked for you before. It won't work for them. Debate and have an open study to tackle those issues and help them see how they can connect their faith in Christ to the reality they live daily. They are going to tell you their issues, why they are no longer coming to Golden Harvest. My personal ministry director. They are going to tell you why. And don't say, no, you guys, you mustn't do. Listen. Do you know how to listen? I can see all of you now here is full of Master Guide. You did listening skills. Listen as they speak and take note. And don't come to a conclusion. Let them give you. Because they already have an answer. Have you seen in the Sabbath school lesson when you are doing a lesson, there is this person who always lifts up their hand and give these confusing questions. Already they have an answer, but they want to confuse the whole class. So that's where we are. They will bring those confusing questions. They do have the answers. Find a way of getting the answers from them. And it will help your ministry. Our youth need a safe haven where they can voice their concerns and challenges, express their doubts and questionings without the fear of being judged or rejected. One other one that young people always tell me is this church doesn't have space for doubt. You doubt something, you are called a hypocrite. But remember we said they are at a stage where they have a lot of whys. Why do we have to come to church the whole day? Why can we not just do Sabbath school, divine, and go home? Have you heard that question? What are you doing the whole day at church? What you are doing the whole day at church, is it helping the young people? Is it keeping them in the church? Why? It's just an event. It's just tradition that we go to church in the morning, we come back home in the evening. So, I hope as I'm speaking, it's opening up your minds to think outside the box. What can we do for these young people? And if it means ending at 12 and thinking of something we can do with them to keep them, let's do that. Ne? Every human being created in the image of God is endowed with a power akin to that of the Creator. Individuality, power to think and to do. They have a power to think. Everyone. There is no one who doesn't think. Every one of us think. Even I myself, if they can do an analysis for me, Pentecostal ministers can come and say, let's do an analysis. What are your needs of the church? They don't know. Do you know? They don't know. So they will see others disappear. Have you seen that 1 week you are at church and there is totally different people that you don't even know where they are coming from? Which means the ones who were occupying those chairs are somewhere as well. And people are amazed, who are these? Yeah. But when we were growing up, a church used to have similar people always. I know Uti, Valerie sits there, Kwarinda sits there. It's different now. When I look for Valerie at the corner, she's not there. They are a new face. When I look that side, Kwarinda is not there. There is a new face. Where did he go? Where did she go? You understand? So those are the questions that we must ask ourselves. Because they are thinking people, they have thought of something and they have acted on it. While we still here, remaining with our old way and old system of doing things. The men in whom this power is developed are the men who bear responsibilities, who are leaders in enterprise and who influence character. It is the work of true education to develop this power, to train the youth to be thinkers and not mere reflectors of other men's thoughts. And that's where we are. As a church, we want them to take our thoughts. We are not encouraging them to think, use what God has given them. If we allow them to think, they will tell us exactly what they want. And then we can panel beat it for success. Ne? Right. It is important that youth leaders do not limit themselves to a unique way of doing ministries. That's what I've been saying. Ne? But explore different avenues and approaches more adapted to the millennials. So what we are saying is sit these millennials down. They will tell you what will work for them. And then you craft it, put together that program with them, and you will be successful. But if you want to bring a program from you, you sit at home, you have been elected as ambassador leader, you sit at home, you draft a plan, it's yours. It's not for them. You understand? It's not like Pathfinders, I'm sitting there cracking my head, what can we do? Let's go for nature walk, let's do that, without their involvement. Here we are emphasizing involve them. They must be involved. And then there is this Dr. Tim who came up with a solution, and he called it EPIC. EPIC is an acronym standing for, let's do that, the EPIC generation. That's where they are. We call them an EPIC what? Right. And if you want this, it's in the book called The IY Generation by Tim. Tim, let me spell the surname, is Elmone, E-L-M-O-N-E. You find that book, you will find this EPIC generation. E, experiential. Do we agree? Millennials are experiential in their learning. They aren't looking for a polished and professional speaker. What we are saying is they learn from experiencing it themselves. Not for you to experience it and then come. So in other words, they want a leader who walks with them. Yeah? There was once a quarterly that said a church with the community, not in the community. We don't want leaders in the youth ministry. We want leaders with the youth. So, in other words, when you are with the youth, every step you take, the youth is also taking the same what step. There is no going before and they follow. They are actually walking with you where you are. When you are saying left, they go left. Right, all of us are doing the same thing. Are we doing that in our churches? Participatory. I've already mentioned this. When they see how their actions affect the outcome, they get fired up and motivated. So you have put them there. They are part and parcel of this program. Once they see the outcome, it motivates them to do more. They have seen that their actions can do what? Wonders. Here is a program for the church. I always ask myself why the youth want to stay at church. Because when I was growing up, we used to go door to door. Who knows the door to door? Do you know the door to door? We were not staying at church in the afternoons. We used to do door to door because those leaders, I think, were working with us. They understood that we cannot just sit there under a tree and have a lesson. It didn't work. So if it didn't work for me then, can it work for my Michael now? It doesn't. Hence you will see them, especially here, I always like to sit and look around. It's either our children are Amazing Grace, or they've gone to Sandton, or they've gone to Rosebank, Kelvin, and there is nothing they are following there. It's only because there is an event happening there. There is a music day at Kelvin. Who's singing? They hear, they tell each other. Even the one who didn't know, when he is here at church and looks and sees, there is no blessing here. Where are you? Come. Are you at God? No, we are at Kelvin. Come. You understand? And all of a sudden, the whole church, you look around, our youths are not there. Because they are following what? Do you have a program that can keep them and make them to say, I'm not going to Kelvin because the program in my church, I can't miss it. Participator. When I was doing Master Guide, we were taught that as a leader, you have this program. If they will bring have you seen calendars that come from GC or from church level to conference level? What you need to do then as a leader is to go and sit with your executive. We talk about this program. How best can we do it? From there, I've already have a buy-in of all these 15 members. How many? 15. I now go to the council of my parents. I don't know if all of you have the council for parents. Not anymore. So I have to go to parents' council. In the parents' council, I have organizers in the council. I have disciplinarians. I have all these transport who deal with transport when we have to go somewhere. Then we sell it. We are 15. We are now selling to another 15 of parents. How many people now? By the time we go to parents' meeting, what do you think? It's a done deal. Because these parents are already influencers. Already they have gone to Mrs. Iningi. You know what? The Pathfinders are going there. This Mr. So-and-so have to, my children is going already. When are we going to hear? Now the meeting is coming, get ready. Can you see? Buy-in. So what we are saying on participatory, have a buy-in of the program from the youth themselves. Then you can keep them. Image rich, yes.
You mentioned influencers, right? So even when you have got an idea as a leader, just bounce it off informally with the influencer, right? You debate it, you discuss it. Once it's acceptable with the influencer, and then the moment you table it, it's taken. So you are working through the young people. even
Amen.
though certain ideas may be yours. Some
Yeah.
ideas will come from them, but there's, because you are a leader, you also want to sometimes take the ministry in a particular direction.
Mm-hmm.
You could equally influence that way, get an idea, bounce it off the influencer,
Yeah.
and then you move.
Amen. You remember we talked about the influencers. Mhm. And also with that, you must know, they call them the cliques. Ne? How many cliques do you have in your church? You know them. Take those influencers, if you are a very clever leader, put them as your counsel. So that thing starts with them. Once they go out to the 6, the other one goes out to the 5, the other one goes out to the 10, already there is a buy-in of your program. And the reason we are here as leaders is to panel beat and make sure they go the straight path. Because you lead them, we don't want a laissez-faire kind of leadership. Ne? You leave them, they will do whatever. We are not saying, now that you are going to listen to them, you let them do whatever they want. No. You need to put them in the path. That's why the churches have you. That's why the churches have senior leadership program for the young people. Image reach. Between Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, this you are familiar with, and Snapchat, millionaires have images every time they look at their phone. Sometimes, do you know, even the bulletins that we make, they look at it and say, and they are already have disengaged themselves. So if you are communications at the back there, if you are communications, your bulletin must already attract them. It must be appealing to say, wow. So we must be mindful of what they see. What they see determines whether they will stay. Special attention should be placed on that specific trend that has become a vital part of millennial style. As leaders, if we are not on social media, we are missing out on a connection with the largest generation in communities today. They are connected. Remember I said one can come here and start WhatsApping others. They are seated here in church. They are looking at, come outside, come outside, come outside, come outside. You see one going out, the other one that door, the other this one, the other that. By the time they all out, there is a group of 10 through WhatsApp. And already they are being called by someone who is at Kelvin. Kelvin is about 20 minutes drive. Can you see now the technology? Before we were writing letters, we were not going to be able to call each other like that. But now, technology, use, as a leader, be wise how to use that technology. And if you can engage them. I've seen people doing businesses with people in UK, wherever, all around, and there is a big network. Then why are we not using that as leaders? For these young people to have such a network of taking the gospel to their generation using those networks. You sit here and decide. I'm thinking out of the box right now. Let's decide to share Matthew, for example. Share Matthew. How are they going to use this media? It's run by Golden Harvest Senior Youth. Senior Youth is running this program, but on social media. How can they do it? How can they do it? We are in the study of Matthew the whole month. How can they do it? God gave you ability to think. Let's think. Let me hear ideas. I want my personal director here. She is present. I want her, when she comes out, she has ideas from you. The question is, we want our youth at Golden Harvest to study the book of what? The whole month of June. But we want to use this social media because they are always connected in it. How best can we do that? In such a way that it won't only be Golden Harvest. It will expand to wherever. We want to hear them to say, we are now 120. We are now reached 1K in the... Have you seen that? Yes. I know people are drawn to money, yes. Create a WhatsApp group. Yeah. open an Instagram page, TikTok, Facebook page, and you invite. Do you know that one ambassador knows about more than 30 or 50 people outside of his or her own church? How many? 10 minutes left. Manja, I talk too much. He is limiting me to debate. You see, as a young person, I have a question. Right. So, whatever you have said, they can use it. They post, it's owned by Golden Harvest, but whatever they are going to post will go all around. Not only Golden Harvest will benefit, but the whole world can benefit on whatever they are saying. They are always connected, these people, as we have said. They like to be connected. And not only on these platforms of technology, even one-to-one, they love connection. Hence I said in the beginning, you won't find one walking alone. There is two, there is three, because connection is part of who they are. As an adult, I can stay and be at Golden Harvest without a friend, without anyone. I just come in, enjoy my Sabbath, and go out the door. No one greets me, no fellowship, but not with this. Connection is important. So let's work on them being connected. And once they are connected, whether on Twitter or whatever, it goes viral. Have you seen that stories go viral? Today here, there's someone who already has a story that they have spread more than 10 times. Who has shared already something more than 10 times to 10 people? You see? If I send on my status, people start asking questions. Have you received such? What are you saying? Or someone comments. I have a daughter of mine who always puts a chapter of a Bible every Friday. That's her happy Sabbath. But I'm not going to just read that chapter and keep quiet. I'm going to read and also comment. And then she takes those comments and put on her status. So you will see the chapter plus all the comments that people have made concerning that chapter. Next week we are continuing. In other words, we are already in a Bible study in her happy Sabbath. Can you see? Yes. Integrated or segregated specialized youth. Let me be fast. We should be intentionally integrating every specific group within our church. Be specific and intentional. Sit down and say, we want to do this. The word family is pivotal in our understanding of Christian faith. As a family, the focus should be on developing healthful relationships amongst the different generations that are intermingled in the composition of our community. Let us become a family. We are divided, we are different, we have different kinds of parts of the body. Remember diversity, but let us not be divided, but united in diversity. Become a family of that community. Right. It is urgent for our leaders to pray and seek God's guidance to be deliberate in creating bridges between the youth and the adults that will help pass on experience, knowledge, and expertise. How can we do this bridge? Because already there are differences. The youth are there, the adults are there. We are not connecting. Are we connecting? No. The youth is another animal, adults are another animal, but we want to bridge that gap. We must initiate an authentic intergenerational dialogue, give them room to express creativity, and facilitate access to leadership position within our communities in a meaningful way. Even if they, we once said pass it on, was it? Yes? Pass it on. But did the church pass it on? What we were saying is put these young people into positions. Once someone knows that they have a responsibility of Sabbath school, they stay. They feel they belong. But without them being part and parcel of, every time wherever the ambassadors are, you are saying, why are you standing there? Can you not go to church? Go inside, go inside. The bell is always ringing in their ears. What is it that you are calling them to inside the church? The outcome for our youth will be a greater sense of belonging and ownership of their community. If that program, they've bought it, they will make sure that the program is a success. The youth themselves. And then Ellen White says, with such an army, but we are underutilizing them. And if you let them lie idle, they are not going to sit here. They will go. And taking an active part in the Great Commission. Which one is the Great Commission? Go ye therefore. Are we involving them? Are they leading the ministries that we are running in our churches? Or it's us? Every time the church elects a pathfinder, they elect me. I'm old. I don't relate to them anymore. So therefore, they will go. You cannot have an adult like me as a youth leader. I know you are here to be youth leaders, but I need someone younger with me. I'm mentoring. Mentorship is coming, isn't it? There is a mentorship coming after this one. So I'm elected as the senior youth or young adults leader. I need to have an assistant who's the same age that I'm leading, because I will get to hear, or him, he will tell me their needs. He will influence, or she will influence the same generation. I'm there to give a guideline, straighten the path. Ne? Yes. In order that the work may go forward in all its branches, God calls for youthful vigor, zeal, and courage. Remember, we said, remember the Creator now. They have the strength, the youth. They have hands that still work. They have feet that can still run. So the gospel is asking for such energies. We want this energy in the gospel. Young men and women are invited to give God the strength of their youth, that through the exercise of their powers, through keen thought and vigorous action, they may bring glory to Him and salvation to their fellow men. That is gospel workers. If you don't have this book, go to Mamuze. I'm sure she will provide this book. Areas to help young adults stay connected to their communities. I'm rushing. Make room for meaningful relationships. They want this. Teach cultural discernment. They must know that we are not all the same. Ne? We are different. As much as we are different, let's embrace each other. Meaningful relationships. Young people also need a relationship with an adult. If they don't have relationships with adults, they don't belong to that church. When they meet Sister Valerie, they must know that Valerie has interest, our interest at heart. When they give you that hug, you know they feel that they belong. But if there is no relationship with others, the children run away. They won't stay. We stayed in our churches, even myself. I stayed because I had relationships with an older generation. But if the older generation doesn't have a relationship with young people, they are not going to stay. They are going to leave and find peer pressure. And once they are influenced by peer pressure, they are going to make reverse mentoring a priority. What do we mean by this? We are not saying leaders tomorrow. We want leaders today. Because we always say leaders tomorrow. No. Today. So let's reverse that kind of thinking, that they are going to be church tomorrow. It's not the youth church of tomorrow, it's youth church of today. Because this is the church that they should lead today. Embrace the importance of vocational discipleship. In other words, we are saying teach them. If it's preaching, have someone who's going to help them, to sharpen up their gift of preaching. Facilitate connection with Jesus. How do you do this? I think we have mentioned many ways. Young people should be involved more often in intergenerational activities that are intentionally inclusive and participative. Intergenerational. So they need to be part and parcel of all generations in the church. Whether there's an old, young, and a child, they must be part and parcel of that. Don't segregate them, but integrate them. Don't put them as a separate group. Don't treat them as a silo there. Let them mingle. I heard in the morning that Jesus mingled so that he will understand their needs. So let them mingle. By mingling, the adult will know what a young person needs. Always keep in mind the essential needs of youth in your strategic planning. I don't know if when we are planning, remember I said you don't plan. I said don't plan for them. Remember, let them plan for themselves. Empower them and meet them where they are in terms of their personal issues and spiritual growth. I'm just revising what we have been going through. Ne? And create opportunities to mobilize their skills. That's another way. Do you know what their skills are? You might be sitting there with doctors, you might be sitting there with accountants, you might be sitting there with builders, but you don't know. So make sure you know their skills and use those skills, by the way, in useful projects for their local communities as well as abroad. The church needs builders here. The church needs accountants. Eh? But do we know them, what they are doing? It's because we do not have their interest. Ne? Right. And then intergenerational relationships. For most respondent, relationship with the church was determined by their relationship with older what? Members. Who has a relationship with young people at church? Ah, why are you here then? You do. Yes. Because that's where leadership starts. You need to have a relationship with what? Young people. When I was doing YLA, remember before SYL, there was YLA. They said wherever you meet a young person, you need to make a difference. So in other words, I'm not expecting to be called to sit under a tree for me to talk about sex and dating. Whenever I meet a child there, Tari, how are you? Do you have a boyfriend? That's where the topic starts, and then we build from there. And then they will know that you love them, you care on whatever their choices. No, these days, you understand. It's not the mother, it's not the father, it's not the brother, it's me, an adult in church. I'm just meeting because I know her, I know where she's coming from and the journeys that we have traveled. I can say that route that you are now taking, and she will listen more to me than forgiveness. Please, let's forgive our young people in whatever they've done wrong. Let's accept them. Acceptance makes them stay. They know they've done wrong, but tell them, you have done wrong, we accept you, we forgive you, as Jesus also what? Forgives you. There are men in here who are being killed by guilt of whatever they've done. And by that guilt, they have run away because no one has accepted them, no one has forgiven them. Whether it's wrong choices or they've done whatever at school or even the big thing that you are now thinking of, that I didn't mention myself. You see? So they need that kind of acceptance. Even at home, you accept a child and forgive them, they will stay. They won't go to these addictions. Platforms for sharing, give them chance to share and experience God. Once they've experienced God, give them a chance also to share their walk with who? With Jesus, or their experience. Give them the power in hearing the story of another person's encounter with God. And I think we are very good in all this sharing part, but we don't know the other background for them to get to this stage where they can stand here and share with others about their experience with God. How many of our young people can stand in front of church and share their experience with God? Or they don't even have that kind of experience. Why? Because we have not taken them with all the steps in the way that they are now confident to stand and say, this is my journey with Jesus. Let's conclude. In spite of the significant number of youth leaving the church, youth ministry is still relevant today. Can I get an amen? Yes, it is very irrelevant and can play a decisive role in their spiritual what? Growth. We just need to go and change here and there, involve them more and hear what they want. Leaders should be open to address the issues and the needs of the youth from an intentional, inclusive, intergeneral perspective. Let's involve them. And then we will know. We will also know, they will also know what we expect of them. And then from there work towards coming up with a plan that will work to keep them. This generation need to be embraced through authentic relationships. Please, when you are saying, come here, be authentic. Don't be, I don't want to use the word hypocrite, but that's the word that comes into mind. Yes, be authentic. In mentoring, mentorship is coming. You need to mentor these young people. And as you are mentoring, you are not sharing. Whatever they share with you, it's very confidential. It's between you and that child. Don't go to the mother and say, you know your child. You know, in the youth ministry, we have seen children, whatever they've done, but the parents don't know. It's only between me and the children. As a leader, I keep it. And then I warn, you continue, it will end up at home. Because I will have to visit that home and tell your parents. You understand? Sometimes you take them to camp and they do things outside. With discipline they. And say, my friend, watch out. But you don't want me to. Sometimes you're just visiting and they don't know because they now have that guilt. They think you have come to report, but I'm not there to report. I'm coming to just keep you in check. To say I have the abilities to share, but I'm not going to share. It's between the two of us, yes. Youth leaders should initiate diligently conversation with the leadership of their churches to create an awareness that is paramount in the development of our youth ministry. So all of you need to go to sit down with the leaders. What we have taught you, go sit down with the leaders. How best can we serve the ambassador in young adults ministry? And taking into consideration that they are what? Different. They are not the same. And their problems are not the same. And when we were growing up, they used to say, what kind of problems can we have as young people? You're still under my roof, Mos. Yes, I'm under your roof, but do you know the problems that I have? There are so many. Some of them come from peers. Ne? Individual, name and explain the acronym used to define the generation. Huh? So go and research on it, add your own notes on it. Discuss how youth ministry leaders can engage their youth in networking with other youth across the globe using social media to impact the word. We have talked about this, ne? So you go and discuss. Who are you going to discuss with? Who are you going to discuss it with? Who are you going to discuss it with? The youth. They will tell you how best can they spread the gospel through these networks. They are going to tell you. Because it's not always that the youth can call everyone to a rally and everybody comes. But we can still network. Right now, I'm sure, through this, many that want the seminars are going to get it. Am I right? But they are not present. You see? They are going to get it on social media. So it is important that we do this. I thank COVID. Yes, sometimes these things come and we cry, but they bring out something. Now churches are online. Do you know that? Churches are online. Even if I miss Golden Harvest, I go back to YouTube and find out what was happening at church. Before, I would be told, you missed out. I don't miss anything now. I can go back, and find out what's happening. And by so doing, churches are preaching the gospel everywhere. And remember also, young adults and ambassadors are followers. of role models. They will be going out and out, in and out, because they are following someone. Who are they following these days? A preacher? Or musicians? Who are they following these days? They want music too much. But who are the musicians that they really are following these days in the church? Tell us, young adults. Huh? Noted. Noted. You see? So, once you get to know that, invite Noted in your program. They will come. They don't want to. You see? And then the church will say, no, that music is not what, but it's keeping your children in there. I don't want to open another can of worms, ne? Yes, but what we are saying is meet them where they are, meet them halfway, and then we create a program that will keep them. Have I answered your question that came? Smiso, did I answer your question? Is it answered? Yeah. And there is mentorship coming. That's where we are saying relationship with someone older keeps them, ne? Keeps them in church. If they feel that others don't care, you meet a child, hi, auntie, hi, and you don't ask, what are you doing? Where are you? You have no interest. And they come home, who did you meet? There is no one. Did they ask you what you are doing? No one has interest. It's not only me as a parent who can keep my child in check, but all of us as a community can. Thank you very much. If there are no questions, I end here. You are going to answer all those questions, all of you. Yeah. So can I see all the hands? Let's give the numbers.
Yeah,
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all. I didn't leave any.
Okay, mine is a comment. When we were talking about the ambassadors, to say they can chat connection, we are at Calvin, what are they following at Calvin? It might be the singing group as they are saying. And then you look at that singing group, the way the singing group is singing. That's the way the ambassadors want. And Tina, as adults, if that group, the one which has been said, epic, something like that, they come here noted. Tina, is adults, you start to say, is that the old-time religion that we used to? So there's an element here of compromising, which is going to harm the church. What exactly are we supposed to do? Are we to favor these ambassadors so that they sit in church, or Tina, as adults, we need to instill the old-time religion values? Because God does not change. To say now we are in the 21st century, so worship the 21st century. God is God yesterday, today, and forever. So I don't know how we can take it with the new generation, the old generation, and the old-time religion. What exactly are we supposed to do? What does God accept here? Mm-hmm.
There is a question. You were all here listening. Let the youth answer. Yes, you want to answer that? Yeah. Yeah.
But we need to do what is right.
Yeah.
They need to understand that everything that we're doing is for their best interest. We're not supposed to compromise and follow their style. God is God. The way he was yesterday, today, and tomorrow. That's what they should follow. And for us as adults, we need to lead by example. The problem is that we are living a double standard life. That's why it becomes difficult for us as leaders to bring them into understanding what needs to be followed and what is not right for them.
Okay.
No parent can say, no, my child, I want you to do this, when you know that at the end of the day, that particular thing that you want for your child is a poisonous thing.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. But you always have the best interest at heart for what? For your child to know what is right, where we are coming from, and where we are going.
Yes.
What happened back then, yesterday, today, and tomorrow is still one and the same thing. Nothing's going to change. But we should also take a look at what is interesting them, especially with the groups, singing groups that they want the church to invite for them. But if there are some questions around the groups, then we also need to point it out. No, this is not right, but we want you guys to do 1, 2, 3, so that you stay in the church, share the message with others, but not to condemn them at the end of the day.
Yes. Remember, we said, what's your duties? What did we say your duties are as leaders? To panel beat. Did you hear that word? Panel beat, so that they do not go astray. Yes, you are listening to them, but you are not going to just relax and accept everything they say. Your duty is to panel beat to make sure they don't go out of there. If that group is getting them out, I'm there, we are at an executive, I'm there as an adult trying to mentor. I think you will get more on mentorship when it comes. I will have to mentor them so that they are not offended. It doesn't take them out. We are here at a discussion level. It hasn't gone to the whole youth. We are still as the executive. Therefore, whoever we are going to bring, also these that are young, have agreed to say that one we want. And I have seen as well as that this is the right word, religion. Did you hear that one when we started? It will be simple for all of us. We are not going to condescend, but we are going to put you in the right path. And by putting you in the right path, we are also listening to what you are saying. That's the key word, listen. Then we work towards a working formula for all of us. That doesn't take the religion out of. We don't want to be here and then all of a sudden everyone is naked, everyone is dancing, that kind. No, but we still want to keep the religion as is. Yes, number 2. The hand for number 2. Oh, it's another comment.
I just wanted to try and answer the question that she brought.
Yes.
I think, as they mentioned earlier, we are an evidence-based people. So when you're presenting these things to us, don't be so quick to just say no.
Yeah.
Say no because this and this. And also you've seen the way, and also also it will help you to do your evidence-based analysis.
Yes.
Where you see where we are lacking as a youth, what you need to work on. If we are spiritually lacking, that's why we are inclined to such things, and then you work on with that. Because then you are then going in circles if you're not solving the problem. You have recurrent things that you could just handle and sort out so that we don't have the same problems over and over.
You were listening. Remember, we said they are saying the church is anti-science, where you are just saying things that have not been proven. So prove it to them that the direction we are taking is going to lead you astray, and you show them evidence. They will come back. Thank you. Number 2.
Okay.
Are you answered before you leave? Thank you. Thank you for that question.
Okay. Thank you so much, leadership. I just want to start by thanking you for this beautiful program. I actually have learned a lot sitting here, and I'm being very honest. So I'm just like, I can't wait for more things to come, right? To start also on what Mrs. Mamunze has just said, and I think what our young leader just said there. Also, when you are dealing with the youth, like you said, also don't just say no, but what is the reason? Always use a way of asking questions. When you're having a conversation, we ask questions. So you say to them, if they are talking, and you say, but what do you think? if we do this, what do make them answer. They get to a point where they realize. So don't do, you are not the one saying, you are making it like you're asking questions, but your questions are leading you them somewhere. That's how you do it. That's a very intelligent way. But I wanted to come back to something else you brought up, the issue of identity crisis. You know what I've realized? You mentioned it and you say we want the identity of Christ, but I have seen, Kuti, I don't know if you see, Kuti, it's a bigger issue than we think with our children. And I'm saying that because I've got 2 children and I see how different they are. We are raising children, some of us, not all of us, in a foreign land. So our children have lost identity. My Tanaka has no identity right now. He can't with my relatives at home. Tanaka can't even speak Shona nicely. So Tanaka, if we got with people at home, he's not comfortable because now he's exposed and they laugh at him with, you can't speak Shona. And then so he's angry with me even now that what happened, okay, he's trying his work. But we led these children there, right? Okay, circumstances maybe allowed us to get there, but now, when you are dealing with Tanaka now in church, you are dealing with a child who has no identity at all because he's not fitting to be South African. Where he's coming from, home, Zimbabwe, he's not qualified. So this child is floating, right? So that is the first thing. Then the identity of Christ also comes in. So I'm just saying that is a bigger issue. We need to always think of that when we are dealing with the issue of identity. Thank you.
And I think that's where Kwarinda also was coming in earlier. You heard him say how best as a leader himself can he then put these churches all, 21 of them with different cultures. One has a Malawian kind of style, the other one has a Shona style, the other one has a Xhosa style, one, So how do you put them together so that they can work? And the other one has a way of KZN of doing things. The other one is a Zim way of doing things. The other one is just, modern kind of way of doing things. How do you put them together? And it's not only the youth, by the way. I attended a DOC meeting, which is the district, where the district pastor himself was saying it's so difficult to organize a camp meeting. Camp meeting, something that we always think is simple. Very simple. We have a camp meeting this year. Where are we going? We're going there. But the pastor was saying it's so difficult to organize a camp meeting for the Rand with all these different, you were there, with all these different cultures. One wants to study the stars. The other one wants an established chalets where there are people who are cooking for them. Do you relate now? Same with us as senior youth. You are going to organize camps for senior youth. And they are not going to accept going to sleep in the tents. Gibson. They are not. They want already an established area where there is someone after I use the loo who's attending to that loo. It's not me. Someone else has to. When you give them duties to say, you 2, 3, you are going to clean the toilets. Oh, what? No, let's hire. We can't. One, when we were at Soup Kitchen, said, but why are we cutting this cabbage by hand? Because they are machines. Yes, you remember, Mtomben was there. They are machines to cut these things. Why are we... Hey, this knife takes too long and it's my hands. That's the generation we are in. So what my sister Valerie has said, it's very relevant. And we are going to face it. Number 3.
Okay. You mentioned about the church being anti-science. And then on that one, there was a statement that I saw, the church active to its members. I'm happy these days. I think it's growing on that one, on being overprotective on its members. But back then we could see the elderly people are violating in many ways, and the church doing nothing about it. And still, after I have been violated by an elderly person, the next Sabbath I come, and I see him in front of the church
Mm.
preaching the gospel. But
Yes.
I believe the church is now growing on that one. I believe I can see the growth on that one.
Mhm.
And then number two, I wanted to mention, you mentioned also about the church or the leaders forgiving and accepting us young people in the mistakes that we do. And in addition to that, maybe let us also encourage and promote them to forgive themselves as well.
Yeah.
That when they have done wrong,
Forgive
we might forgive them,
But
but they don't forgive themselves. Let's encourage them and promote them to forgive themselves and then move on from their mistakes.
Yes, powerful. Thank you so much for that. Sometimes, as a leader, you need to ask yourself this question. Sometimes there is a young girl, because we always see these things from girls. They are pregnant at 17, 18, and the young man has run away, and they are in your group. How are you going to do it? The church will just send you. Who follows up? Homework. Already this child is guilty. They are beating themselves in many ways than you can understand. Even at home, parents are not accepting whatever. But your duty now, how best can you reach out so that you keep this child away? Everyone is hurting. Even the parents, they cannot forgive. So as a leader, you need to then to close that gap yourself, to make sure that you bring both sides together, parents to accept, child to accept the situation, and both of them to forgive one another and they move forward. But we are here busy. In such a way, one said they are calling my child, this child who doesn't have a father. In the classes, they are adventurers. Can you see? At home, maybe they have forgiven, she has moved on, but here she's going to face that with a child who's already an adventurer. Child of a single mother who doesn't have a father. Can you see? And sometimes one said, we are not even aware when we say, children, next week, we are having a daddy mommy picnic. Can you see that is a very innocent statement? But have you done your need analysis? So that's why it's important, a need analysis. I saw one last week, breaking down when all mothers were made to stand. It was mothers, what? Yeah. It's making me emotional. But because we don't know each other's problems, all mothers stand. And this girl was emotional. Do you know why? Did you do your research before you announced that? So those are things that we, as people, we need to be mindful. There is a lot behind the scenes that we do not know if we do not do our need analysis. We are going to be hurting each other on a daily basis, and people are going to move, and we don't know where they went. It's easier to bring them for the first time. It's not easy to bring them for the second time. Once they are gone, yeah. You're number 3. Number 4.
I would like to appreciate the presentation. It was more insightful and informative as well. The young people are people who are inquisitive, people who have got autonomy in terms of thoughts. There are many philosophies that guide their way of life. Now, as leaders, sometimes we find situations where the philosophies that we subscribe to are not compatible with what the young people believe in. And as such, They sometimes arise situations where conflicts arise, where they tend to ask questions that we do not have answers to. So now the question then becomes, in terms of the philosophies that the church at large subscribes to, what can be, what can we say can be the guiding principles in the face of a wide range of ideologies that are influencing young people? Ask the question.
That's the question. Someone to answer?
Right, most of the things that we do now, there is sometimes there is a dichotomy between practice and theory. It may seem as if all that is being said by a leader is more theoretical than practical. And for these things to be understood by young people, there is need for one to be pragmatic. So that's the issue.
Someone to answer? Young people there? There is an answer behind.
Yes. Okay. I think we can simplify it by saying the church has what is called a church policy, or we can say the church manual. I don't know how to. The church is the church manual that guides us in a lot of things, that the way we can do things. In the manual, I think what we are lacking now, in view of the question, is how then do we bridge the gap with the millennial, as we are saying? Because manuals, they don't really get updated in a way that favors change. But manuals, we are trying by all means to maintain that gospel, old-time gospel that we had. Yet some of the views that are coming are these millennial ideas. So in principle, the manual guides everybody in case of a conflict. But resolving a conflict doesn't satisfy everyone in most cases. It just bridges the gap that has arisen, but someone will be left hanging or unsatisfied. I think in this presentation, what we are trying to do is make sure that we kind of draw the youth's attention and make them feel accepted and needed. It's still, to me, it still leaves that gap of saying, how then do we maintain the proper gospel without really compromising facts? We said Bible-oriented, faith-oriented. Yes, we get that. But you know, sometimes when you put facts, if the youth don't subscribe to it, they will still not believe it, and they will still have their own ideas. So if we have the manual, yes, if we have the manual, we have presented on how we resolve issues, and still they don't, because they don't like the idea. Should we compromise our issues as the church and accommodate them, or what do we do in that?
I think we did answer that we are not compromising. So our philosophies stay as they are. They might be bringing theirs, but we are going to panel beat them to ours. Because we do not want a situation where we no longer have values as a church. Yeah. The church has to keep those values as they are. And by saying we are accommodating young people, we are not saying they are going to bring new values. No. We are accommodating them in the same values that already the church has. We have our own 28 fundamental beliefs. We stick to it. Whatever we are doing, whatever we are planning, the programs must evolve around that. Number 5. That's the last number 5. And before they kill me with time, you are shortening your lunch time actually, eh? Yes. So if they are saying 5 minutes of lunch, accept.
Okay. I think some of the question, especially the question from Mrs. Mamunze, echoes to the last presentation. The practical way of solving, possibly what Smiso also mentioned, is to know the young people first. Because you cannot lead something that we do not know. The first thing is to, when you, let's say you've been elected as a leader, especially with the ambassadors, you go with them, you don't do anything. Just go. I remember when I was chosen as a young ambassador leader, I took them for hiking. They were singing funny songs. I didn't even understand what was it all about. And it was Sagalam Twelve Frozen, Watin. I don't even know what that meant. It wasn't Christian, it wasn't heresy, but I just went with the flow. When we go up the stones, whatever, the hills, is it hills? Those big stones. And omunye uzoti ngicela ungiphakamise. Then the young man will lift the girl down or up, whatever. I just watched. I didn't angzanga ngikuze. I just watched. I wanted to know who they are, what they think. I think that is very important. Most of the times when you become leaders, we want to impose. I want to show you how this is done. No. I think the first practical way is to see how they view things. And then the second thing is to kind of show them, no, yes, you view this way, but look at where this is leading to. And from there, you have their attention. Because now they know, now you are trying to draw them to the other path. And the first lesson that we had, they said, oh, okay. And then experience also works. Not yours sometimes, or someone else, almost of their age. It works. And then when they start planning their programs, you refer them to the lesson and to their behavior. Sometimes you ask them, so you guys, when we're doing that, do you think it's okay? They know the truth. They just don't want to follow it. So sometimes to stand there and make them think for themselves, what are the consequences of what I was doing? And I even asked them at one point at another outing, I said, so you guys, what you are doing here, can you also do it at church? They said, no, Sis B. We know it's wrong. We can only do it when we are here. So, yeah, so I think it's important to involve, be the young person with them, and also be the adult at the same time. It will help. And the planning, let them plan and guide. No, guys, you cannot invite this group. Look at how they are dancing. Do you think this is going to be allowed at church, not by the parents? At church, they will answer you. They know. The problem is that as leaders, we impose these things. So now when you, yes, now they are pregnant, you say we are censuring you. And when they do that, if they have trusted you at some point as a leader, they will come to you and say, Sis B, they just censured me and I don't understand. Then you as a leader has a chance now to say, you know, you've done 1, 2, 3, but now you need to face the consequences. But it's not the end of the road. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for all the comments. We are so quick, especially in censuring, without knowing the reasons behind. Whether someone could have been raped as well. We don't know. But because you see this tarmac, you censure. Quick. And by saying no, have you seen even children at home? If you just say no without explaining, they want to do it. Whatever you are saying no to, they want to do that thing. So you need to open up their minds so that they know why you are saying no. You cannot just say, no, that group, no. Why? Remember, we are saying this is a group that wants to know evidence. Have you proven that thing doesn't work? If you cannot prove it, they will then want to experience to prove that it works or not. So thank you so much for all your questions and many others that didn't come. And leaders, all that they've asked, go home and do your own research. He has mentioned philosophies there, and they've got their own philosophies. Daddy has mentioned that are we going out of our way to accommodate them? There was a compromise question there. What about our old religion? Are we going out of the way? Research, that's where you are going to come up with a specialized what? Youth ministry. Specializing it for your group. So it's called specialized because it doesn't fit all. It only fits your group. It's not a one size fits all. No. Only your group. What works for you might not work for the other. You see, it also gives a challenge to my leader there, who's the president of the whole 21 churches. How he is going to tailor make a program. Did you hear? I didn't say event. I said a program that will accommodate everyone. When you were doing communications and learning skills, you were told that children don't learn the same. So how are you incorporating all learning styles in one lesson? That's your duty. How are you incorporating all that we have said today to come up with a specialized ministry for your group? Thank you very much.
Thank you, my leader. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we should have this, maybe the whole day. You know, we want these programs. We've got a lot of questions. Thank you very much, class, for participating. Right now, we're going to give the district leadership just about 5 to 10 minutes. After they are done, they are going to give us a prayer to close off this session, and most probably pray for our food. We're going to go straight for lunch after this. Then we are back here at 5:30. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 5 minutes. So we should be back here by 1:30. Thank you. We are going for lunch at 15:15. So we are coming back. Our lunch was initially planned for 25 minutes. So we'll be back. Okay, say latest, let's say 22. Okay, thank you.
Okay, afternoon leaders. We want to do a brief and short and straight to the point. Ne? We want your inputs. We are having a district camp in September. We are looking for proposal from you, venues. Venues? Can I have names of venues? Oh, you're thinking about it. It's a district camp for senior and ambassadors, young adults.
Like we were saying.
They won't give us time. Okay, see Lillian, see Gibson, see Nate. Nate, stand up and suggest the venues to us. Okay.
Like we were saying, we must include the youth themselves. Yes. We can't suggest the venues.
Okay. I think we once sent this to AMA groups that we had, and you leaders, you didn't respond. We sent, I think a lot of times, we sent you and you didn't respond. That's why now we're asking you for your opinions. Ukuthi, we really, really need this camp to be effective. Okay, what's the budget that we can propose for the camp that we say we can't exceed this amount?
It's my suggestion. Is it possible? Okay. Okay, it's my suggestion. I'm not saying do that. For it to be simple and easier, can't you guys have a group with the current church leadership in senior youth and ambassador? Discuss that with them since it's their camp. Then, because if we plan for them, it's not going to work. It's not everyone who's a leader for youth and ambassador in their church. So I think that way will be easier because they know the people that they are dealing with and what are their suggestions. It's a suggestion.
Okay, I hear you, leader. I think the reason why we're asking this question today is that we try to involve the leaders. We want your input. We will go to the leaders, but for now, we want the rough idea of if we can have a weekend camp out for Iran district, what amount can't we exceed? Is it 5,000? Is it 10,000? What amount can't we say this is a no?
Yeah, we are being taxed. Being an SDA is becoming expensive. It's becoming expensive. Just make it maybe anything below 500. The churches that are coming, they will cater for their food. If it's tents, we will cater for our tents. If you have the accommodations, it's still fine. But anything below 500.
Okay. Any seconders? Seconded? Okay, others? Okay, I need an amount. I hear you. Below 500. Okay. Can you suggest the dates on September? Then after lunch, we are not given another time. Please, can you see us and... All right, thank you, leaders. Okay, let us pray. Thank you, Lord, for bringing us here as our leaders. Thank you, Lord, for blessing us. As we go to eat, Lord, can you bless the food and the people who prepared it? Amen.